Hello friends, welcome. Hello mates. Another one of our Slant Alpha adventures getting underway. Slant Golf technically tonight, and we are down under. Crikey. We're going to be flying a couple legs as Qantas Link here in the BAe-146 from JustFlight, and we are loaded into Sydney Airport, getting ready to do a two-hopper down here in the land down under, courtesy of the Friday Night Ops down under, the FNO down under. One of our favorite instances where VATUSA partners with some sort of VATSIM entity outside of the U.S. to give us someplace else to fly. Those of us who are keen to reserve these Friday nights for VATSIM flying, knowing that somewhere in the U.S. is going to be staffed up and hosting an event, but every now and then they go outside of the box, outside of the lower 48, outside of the full-fledged 50, in fact, to give us somewhere new to do our little thing. And this is one of our favorite ones that comes around pretty much every spring. It's the FNO Down Unders. We'll come up here to the VATUSA.net website if you ever want to see. There's the banner right there. But if you ever want to see what's going on in VATUSA in terms of events, VATUSA.net, pilot tools, events calendar, and here we go. Of course, the first Friday in April, and it is the FNO Down Under. Now, because we're flying outside of the U.S., they've put together some pretty good information in terms of things for us to keep in mind that are different when flying in the U.S. versus when flying outside of the U.S., in particular flying in Australia. So this is kind of the key one here. Flight plans are filed in the ICAO format. That means SIDs and stars are not included in the flight plan. They will be provided by ATC. When your SID will be provided by your clearance controller, and your star will be provided by your center controller before top of descent. And the reason they do that is the SIDs and stars are all specific to the operating direction of the airport, and in many cases are specific to the specific operating runway that you are assigned. So we're going to get a different star if we are assigned 16 left for departure versus if we are assigned 16 right for departure. Or SID, rather. I might have said star just then. We're going to get a different SID dependent upon whether we're assigned 16 left or 16 right for departure. This is our first leg here. By the way, all the routes that you need are provided right here in the post. The three featured fields: Sydney, Melbourne, and Adelaide. Melbourne, I guess should say, not Melbourne. Not the U.S. Melbourne, like it's not Jason Bourne's cousin Mel. It's Melbourne. And so that's what we're doing tonight. Sydney to Melbourne. And so here's the route that we put in for our first leg. And then Melbourne to Adelaide, which will be this one here. So those are our two. And again, like I said, we're in the Qantas Link livery of the BAe-146. They've got some recommendations for scenery here. We did put in some freeware custom scenery here and in Melbourne. And so we'll see those. We did not find one for Adelaide. There was a payware one, but I just didn't have time to scoop it up and get it installed before the stream started. So we will do with that. Because we had an issue with our chatbot last time, let me close the chatbot and open it back up, because I think that there's still maybe a lingering issue with it. If there was anybody saying hi in the chat, I did not see it, but I'm going to give it a moment to reboot and do its thing. Now, the interesting thing about this event is that it is scheduled from 00 Zulu to 0400 Zulu. And so that's why I decided to push the stream start back a half an hour to start at 2330 Zulu rather than our usual summertime start of 2300 Zulu. So I didn't figure I'd need a whole hour to prep the plane. You know, we'd have a half an hour, then at the top of the hour we would call for our clearance, and then we would get underway. All right, I think that chatbot issue is now solved, hopefully. But if any of you were saying hi in the chat, I did not see you, so I apologize, but hopefully we should be good. But anyway, so we were expecting that I would have a half hour to get the stream started up, do the intros, start powering up the stream. There's Tim Dog, okay. So he's doing the reverse. He's doing Adelaide, so we might cross paths in Melbourne, and then And you're doing in the 737, yeah. So we're doing opposite itineraries. Andrew Friable Logic is here in the chat also. So anyway, I figured we'd get the plane, 20 minutes, 10 minutes for me to yammer on and say hello, and then another few minutes to get the plane fired up, and then top of the hour we call for our clearance. Well, all these guys are pretty much on already. Now, I hope that doesn't mean that the event times were incorrect. I hope that just means that a bunch of these guys woke up early on a Saturday morning in Australia and decided they'd go fire up the computers and get started controlling earlier than what was published. So hopefully by midnight Eastern time, we'll still have some VATSIM air traffic control. But given the fact that some folks are already in the skies, I'm going to go ahead and get to it, guys, so that we don't miss out. All right. We got the cover off of the radio panel. Yeah, so this cover here kind of blocks the radio panel, so we take that off just so it's out of the way. And is this the one where we can kind of move the pad over? No, this is just where yeah, okay. I was gonna say this is where we can move the iPad over and out of the way, and be able to see those controls just a little bit better. By the way, the other thing is our slant artwork adventure. Our slant artwork adventure is I started it off fairly generic tonight. Figured we would have plenty to add to it. Our slant artwork adventure, I feed a one-sentence description into ChatGPT to have it create an image for us that's relatively representative of what the evening's plan is. And then you guys can cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, a.k.a. the Alphabets points, and then suggest an addition or modification to that image. Bit by bit, it kind of goes crazier and crazier through the course of the evening. And you guys can kind of decide what you want to do with it. So I said, let's start generic. Let's just start with a BAe-146 branded as QantasLink climbing out over Sydney Harbor. So that's what we have there. And if you guys want to add to or modify that, then you may feel free. Andrew wants to get in on that right now. Andrew, let me know what you'd like to do to that. Some snakes on the plane. All right, we'll add some snakes on the plane. All right. Our first one is underway, and I'll show you the results of that modification request in just a few moments. All right, let's get to it and let's get started. And away we go. Let's go to the aircraft on the tablet. The wheel trucks are set. Let's go ahead and we can open passenger and cargo doors. We will start firing up the aircraft. We'll get the batteries on. We'll get the nav lights on. We'll come up top. We'll get the logo lights on. No smoking. Cabin emergency lights can go to armed. Avionics masters. Brake fans to auto. Anti-skid and lift spoiler systems can come on. Down here we'll do the bus ties. Standby inverter and generator. Get the APU gen switch on. Get the left inner fuel pump on and center tank transfer to auto. APU can be started. And then we'll wait for it to fire up through its cycle. In the meantime, let's check out our artwork. Well, we've got some snakes on the plane, that is for sure. They look like some pretty big nasty ones, in fact. So there you go, Andrew. And anyone else that wants to get in on that action, again, 500 of the Twitch channel points there at the bottom of the chat panel. We'll put you on the request list to make a modification to that slant artwork adventure. R6 Chavez is here, if I didn't say so already. All right, we got the power We can get the APU air on. We'll get the first of the packs on. We'll get the galley switch on. And flight deck emergency lights can go to armed. Down on the front panel, the master warning knob's already pulled out. Nav radios can be powered up, and DME radio can be powered up. Come down here, we'll power on our 2 comm radios, we'll power on our 2 ADF radios, and we'll power on our 2 FMC control units. Then down the bottom, yaw damper power and brake temp monitor, and we'll leave the transponder stuff till after we get our clearance. Alright, over on the tablet, we are actually going to fuel. Let's make sure we're in pounds, yes. We're going to put full fuel in both of the wings, and we're not going to need any in the center tank. So that's our fuel plan for the evening. So just an instant refuel. And then for passengers, I like to put 80 passengers thereabouts, and then about 2,400 pounds of cargo on the front side, 2,400 pounds of cargo in the rear side. I know, front side and rear side, oxymoronic, I know. So 2,400 front, 2,400 aft, and 80 passengers, and let's just do a 10-minute boarding process. And yeah, well, it's nice to see that jetway automatically come over and hook up to the plane. So, all right, we've got 10 minutes before they are boarded. Let's go ahead and, oops, the pilot was supposed to come over with me when I did that. So I checked the ATIS information a bit ago, but let's just see whether it's updated. It is still, well, it's changed letters. It's now information alpha. I guess maybe they changed controllers. And QNH is 1026, and the temp is 18. All right, 1026 is the altimeter. So we're looking at the left half here in millibars rather than in inches of mercury. Looks like it's equivalent to 3030, but it's 1026. And we'll do that a third time. And then the field elevation charted at Sydney is what? Let's check. Field elevation charted at Sydney is 21 feet. Why is it? Ooh, because, yeah. I want to go, yeah, live weather and live time here. Okay, so yeah, that made a difference, and that's why you always do that cross-check, guys. You set the altimeter, but you want to then cross-check and make sure that the field elevation should be reading close to what's on your altimeters. Otherwise, something is wrong. And what was wrong that time was that I was doing a little bit of air show practice and had set the scenario to clear skies, and so standard pressure and clear skies were set, and not the current weather conditions. So now that's been rectified, and 30.30 gets us right near the field elevation. So always good to cross-check that, and good thing that we did. Comm radios, let's come down here and let's start from the right and work our way to the left. On the right, I'm going to put the clearance delivery frequency. Doesn't look like we have one. So then on the left, I'm going to put the ground frequency, 21.7. So that's where we're going to start, I presume. Go ahead and get us into transmitting and receiving on COM 2. The tower frequency looks like, well, it might be 24.7, might be 20.5. So 24.7 and 20.5. We'll set both for now, and then our departure frequency will go on the right half of the right radio.
Ground Emmett, forward, we're ready for push start. 1414 super, push back.
Looks like it's going to be 128.3, so I want to go ahead and just get that set over here. I mean, we're still ahead of the actual event coverage, so there may be more controllers coming on yet. But we'll see if we can get a little bit ahead of the game and get our clearance now, if possible, if they're not already too busy. Sydney Ground, Keylink 1514, information Alpha, IFR to Melbourne.
Keylink 1514, ground gate A, cleared Melbourne, Wollongong, flight plan, runway 16 right, Group 1 departure, Wollongong, transition, climb by 5000, squawk 7236, departure frequency 128.3.
Okay, cleared Wollongong. I did not catch which SID or altitude. We did get 128.3 for departure, and 16 right, and 7236 I think it was for Keylink 1514.
Keylink 1514, Group 1 departure, Wollongong transition, climb initially 5000, squawk 7236. Everything else is correct.
Okay, 5000 on the Group 1 Wollongong transition, expecting cruise in 10, and we got everything else. Keylink 1514, thanks.
Keylink 1514.
Okay. So it came in a different order than I'm used to, and I'm never quite prepared for that. But an initial climb of 5,000. It is the Group 1 departure, and that is off of 16 right. So that's the other piece of information that we need is 16 right. Initial 5, which probably is consistent with what's on the charts, or else it's assigned. Does it say initial altitude? I mean, it just yeah, it may not say yeah, say transition altitude's 10,000. So yeah, it doesn't give us an initial climb altitude, but that was definitely 5,000 as assigned by the controller.
Okay. Sydney Ground, United 870.
So I think we've got it. We can go back over to...
Didn't forget about it. We requested a clearance to Melbourne.
United 870, apologies. Richard clearance evaluated, copy.
Ready to copy.
So we'll accept that. We'll go to the menu.
United 870,
go to the flight plan.
Wollongong flight plan.
We are going to be...
Group 1 departure, Wollongong transition. Climb by 5000, squawk 6045, departure frequency 1283.
YSSY.
Clear to Melbourne via the Group 1 departure, runway 16 right, Wollongong
Accept,
transition.
We'll go to the menu, we'll go to departures.
Level 380.
16 right is 3.
6045, United
SID
870.
is the Group 1.
United 870.
To Wollongong. Put that in the flight plan. We'll go to the next page. After Wollongong, it is H65, so we'll go to the list. We'll list, actually, yeah, we'll go there, and then we'll list airways. H65 is option 2. We're taking H65 to Leach. Okay, after Leach, we're going on Q29, so we'll go for a list of airways. That is option 2. And we're taking Q29 to Buin.
Downunder, it's 4 for request.
Not there.
Taxi
Next page.
Emirates 414.
Still not there. Next page.
Taxi Golf Alpha to the Alpha.
There we are, option 30. Enter. And then destination is YMML.
Alpha 16 right, Emirates on push. Forward.
Okay, we'll worry about our arrival into Melbourne when we get airborne, but for now, we can take that to nav page. We'll take the flight plan page over there. 500 and then dunes. Let's do a quick route verification. 500 feet, and then we go to intercept dunes, Dina, Grook, Isbex, and Wollongong. Max 270, that's fine. We'll be at 250. But let's just verify we're at least at 6,000. We should be fine right to get 6,000 there. That's 10. That's probably about 15 miles of track. We can get 6,000, 15 miles. So let's verify Dunes, Grook, Olvag, Isbex, and Wollongong. Let's just verify that that's all in here. Dunes, Dina, Grook, and then Olvag and Isbex, and then Wollongong. Okay, so everything is looking good. Go to the previous page, and we're all set for that. So that means we're going to be on 120.5 for tower, and then 128.3 was correct for our departure frequency, so we'll just get that tuned here. Okay, so this is tower, and this is ground. The reason I say that is because Sydney East Tower is 24/7, but we're going to be on 16 right, which is on the west half of the field, which means we're going to be on 120.5, I would imagine. Might even say that.
Sydney ground velocity 418.
Might even say that on the chart, but I'll take that on pretty good educated guess there. CB Flyers here as well. How are you, CB? Okay.
Taxi Golf Bravo to Foxtrot, holding point 16.
So we got the box set up. Let's come down here. Squawk was 7236. I'm pretty sure is what he told us. 7236, and we'll go ahead and put it into transponder mode. We'll come up here and we'll set the mode control panel. Okay, so the boarding is complete. Initial altitude was going to be 5,000. So we get that set. We'll get flight directors on, and that will allow us to arm that altitude. The initial heading is a 155. However, we do want to start the plane in LNAV mode, taking us to Dunes. Okay, this is a pilot, and this is not a radar vector departure or a hybrid departure. This is fully pilot nav. So if we don't have any problems, we're going to follow our clearance, which is just to fly to Dunes and then Dina and then Grook. So we will start the plane in LNAV mode in this instance. Do we need? Okay, yeah, that's why.
And Sydney ground, sky line 644.
Now we should be able to do that.
To Downunder.
CB says I'm trying not to fly upside down tonight. Now we're gonna go inverted. Our gears currently up.
Olsen flight plan 16 left, Kevin 7 departure, Olsen transition.
All right, so the initial altitude, yep, all that's done. Boarding is complete. We can go ahead and verify that the brake pressure is showing. We can go ahead and pull the wheel chocks. Doors and stuff are indeed closed. Elevator trim can be set. We'll go ahead and get that done. We'll go ahead and get oxygen systems on. Fasten seatbelt signs can come on.
We're
going to be cruising at 28,000.
Alpha 25, hold short go, Singapore 55. And Sydney ground velocity, 433 at Bay Day 7, requesting pushback.
Close 437.
Showers in the vicinity. Moderate winds. Yeah, mostly cloudy skies. And temp is, what do we say? Was 18. So like in the mid 60s, right?
Velocity for 18, contact tower now 1205.
1205,
let's get the ice detection on. We'll get the engine anti-ice on just for the startup process. Let's come down to the TMS. Whoops, had it.
Handle station standby, control attention progress.
So 18. We'll start with 720. We'll go ahead and get power. Put it into takeoff mode. And we'll set flaps for the flaps 18 departure. And we're going to have no choice but to push straight back from our position. We're not going to... I guess we could turn. Yeah, I guess we could, if they want us to push back, we can push back and face to the right.
City Grand, good day, Jetstar 235.
So let's go ahead and get that done.
Jetstar 235, taxi Bravo, hold short 25.
Taxi Bravo, hold short 25, Jetstar 235.
Jetstar 235, do you have a brave preference?
No preference, 235.
Okay.
Jetstar 235, taxi.
So we'll
Bravo,
request our push back, but push back, and we're not going to move
Charlie
just yet.
Hold short Charlie.
We are going to
Taxi Bravo, Charlie 2,
start
Charlie
with
Cross 25, Jetstar 235.
a briefing of our passengers, and then we're going to check to make sure we've got clearance to depart, or clearance to push. Greetings from the flight deck and welcome aboard QantasLink Flight 1514 service to Melbourne. We are scheduled to push back here in about 13 minutes. We're probably going to get underway a little bit early. Wheels up time scheduled for the bottom of the hour. Again, planning to maybe get airborne slightly early for you. Flight time once airborne is an hour 13, and we'll be cruising at 28,000 feet for you today. The weather here at our origin is pretty rainy. It's we got some multiple cloud layers, mostly cloudy skies. Temperatures in the mid-60s Fahrenheit, 18 degrees Celsius. We do expect that it might be just a little bit bumpy as we climb through those cloud layers, but once we get up to 28,000, hopefully we'll find some nice smooth air for you to get you down to Melbourne in. We do appreciate you being aboard with us today. Sit back, relax, get those seatbelts fastened tightly for us, and we'll be underway shortly. Thanks again for flying with us on QantasLink Flight 1514 service to Melbourne. Alright, we're getting ready to fire up. Beacon light will come on. We'll jump up top.
Jetstar 103, going to be
We'll
holding
get the pack off.
Jetstar 103, taxi Bravo, hold short Bravo 8.
Rest of the fuel pumps can come on. And the start master can come on. We'll start with the engine number 4.
Jetstar 103, apologies, your mic just broke up, say again your base.
Give me 1 second, if you can hold for me.
Chicago Day, Qantas 436 on Lima, request domestic 10.
Qantas 436, taxi Bravo, hold short Bravo 8.
Bravo short Bravo 8, Qantas 436.
Jetstar 235, taxi Charlie 2 to the base here.
Jetstar to the base, Jetstar 235.
Alright, so it's information Bravo now.
Domestic 43.
Nothing really changed. The temperature now 19.
Jetstar 103, thanks, taxi Bravo, hold short Bravo 8.
So we'll update
Bravo 8.
the TMS, and we'll do a new set of the bugs just in case. Okay, it doesn't really change anything. Sydney ground Q-Link 1514. We're at stand number 1 with information Bravo ready to push.
Q-Link 1514, push approved.
I push approved Q-Link 1514. Alright, parking brake released, hold released. Let's get up top and start this number 4.
Cabin is secure.
Okay, we'll wait till about 2% in. Okay, fuel coming in. Okay, as it gets through 10, it'll start to surge. Red light should go out. It does. We'll go start to number 3.
Sydney Ground, hello, Emirates 1727 with information Bravo at Bay 60 ready for push.
Station calling course and only.
Emirates 1727.
2% in. Switch comes on.
Emirates 1727, did you get clearance?
AFIRM, I got it sent to me by text.
Emirates 1727, stand by. Right, Jetstar 103, you're instructed to hold short Bravo 8.
Bravo 8, the next turn.
Jetstar 103, hold position, you currently are on Bravo 8.
Oh, oops. My bad, my bad.
Emirates 1727, you still need to read back your PDC on delivery.
Roger, okay, no worries. We are cleared for the Group 1 departure, squawk in 1241, and our bay is 60 for Emirates 1727.
Emirates 1727, can you just tell that to delivery 133.8?
Apologies, just read the text now. It did say for 121.7, so over to delivery now 133.8 for Emirates.
Yeah, he probably got it sent to him prior to the controller switch. It's all good, though. Okay. Red light number 2 out. Let's get the final engine started.
Is that for Jetstar 103?
Jetstar 103, hold position.
Okay. It's fuel cut off of the final engine in. Let's wait for it to spool up, and then we'll get a few things done for a control check here. Okay, there it goes, and that should get the last warning light off. We can go start selector off,
Bravo 9er, Bravo, Hotel
start
Runway
master
25.
off, screen and probe heats all on, engine anti-ice off, engine gens on, packs can come on,
Cindy Ground, United 870,
hydraulic pumps can come on,
requesting
and then the hydraulic cross feeds can come on. That should be everything. Master warning knob in.
United 870, contact.
We'll do a
ground
control check.
126.5.
Over to ground, 126.5, United 870.
Look at our flaps set for departure.
Qantas 433, ready for taxi, bay D7.
Qantas 433, taxi, Honda Point Bravo 2, runway 16 right.
Parking brakes off. All warnings are extinguished. Config check is
Taxi holding
passed.
point Bravo 2, 16 right.
Qantas 436, taxi, Bravo, hold short, runway 25.
Bravo, short 25, Qantas 436.
Okay, so we're up here on domestic 1 ramp, and we should be a fairly short taxi to 16 right up here. Just verify.
Computer taxi, Bravo, cross 25, Charlie 2.
Still information, Bravo. Good Vixens is here. It is morning for these guys.
So one more time, I apologize. I was speaking as you were going.
Jetstar 103, taxi, Bravo, cross runway 25, Charlie 2 to the bay.
Bravo, cross runway 25, Charlie 2 to the bay. Thank you.
And ground Q-Link 1514, information, Bravo. I'll stand 1. We're ready to taxi.
Q-Link 1514, follow the company 737 in front.
All right, we'll follow the company 73, Q-Link 1514. All right, taxi lights on. I didn't hear his taxi instructions, but I can kind of guess he's going to go out here
436, continue
and make a
taxi,
right.
Bravo, cross runway 25, Hotel Bravo 2.
Bravo, cross 25, short Bravo to Qantas 436.
433 Sydney ground.
Qantas 433 Sydney ground, go ahead.
We're having some parking brake troubles. We're trying to get out of the way, but I'll just let you know that.
Qantas 433, no worries.
Alright, and that is the guy that's right in front of us. If we're going to hold behind him, we'll turn our taxi lights off for the moment. Nope, he's going now.
And City Ground, Skyline, Brisbane Ground, Skyline 644, request push.
Skyline 644, push approved.
Push approved, Skyline 644.
Alright, well, we were scheduled to be up 18 minutes from now. We'll see. We might get up a few minutes early. As long as we didn't leave anybody behind, that's a good thing.
Qantas 436, give way to the 2 company aircraft, taxi Bravo 2 to the bay.
Bravo 2 to Bay, giving way to the 2 companies ahead of us.
Okay, so the guy on our left is waiting for us. He's an arrival anyway. Meanwhile, we're just about to be number 2 for
Sydney
departure.
terminal information, Charlie. Now current changes, wind 160 degrees, 13 knots. Weather, slight drizzles and showers in vicinity. Cloud view 1,300 feet. Scattered 2,200 feet. Broken 3,000 feet. Sydney terminal information, Charlie.
Okay, weather radar's on. TA and RA. We've made our call to the cabin. We'll just assume that they've already reported that they're secure. Taxi light off since we are holding in position. Holding in sequence, rather. Airman ND is here. Airman, how are you? Getting ready to do some flying down under style.
Sydney ground, Qantas Sydney change. Make a right on Charlie 1 to the green set.
Turn that one, Qantas 436, say again.
Any chance we can take a right on Charlie 1 to the bay?
Qantas 436, absolutely.
Thank you.
Qantas 433 holding point Bravo 2.
Qantas 433, contact tower 120.5.
120.5, g'day.
Since we're holding short for the departure runway, I'm going to assume it's acceptable to switch over. I know that's the case in the States.
Qantas 433 tower confirm.
Qantas 433.
Qantas 433, runway 16 right, line up.
Line up and wait, runway 16 right, Qantas 433.
Number 241 going around.
Level 241.
So Singapore 241 was the one that just passed in his landing attempt, so he was already ahead of this Qantas when he said he was going around. So it wasn't a runway incursion that caused that. Something else went wrong with 241's arrival, I presume. Looked okay. It looked nice and low over the threshold when he passed by, so I'm not sure what happened.
Airport 241, follow publish missed approach.
Publish missed approach, Singapore 241.
Airport 241, contact departures 129.7.
197, Singapore 241, thanks.
I bet you our departure frequency has changed also. So I'm going to be ready to... If we get 29.7, then I'm going to switch to COM 2. If we get 28.3, I'll switch to the front end of COM 1. Oh, I love this BAe-146. And there's really 4 different aircraft that
runway 16 right.
There's really only 4 different aircraft that I fly on stream. It's this, it's the Learjet, it's the Comanche, and occasionally the PMDG-73.
That's 433, runway 16 right, clear for takeoff.
Runway 16 right, clear for takeoff. Qantas 433.
Have I been flying the Black Square 208? No, the 4 that I mentioned are literally the only 4 I fly right now. Okay, so when we're cleared onto the runway, we can actually, one other thing we can do is get our continuous ignition switches on. I think I got everything else here. Transponder, cabin crew. Yeah, so we're good. When we get clearance to enter the runway, we'll get the strobes on. When we get clearance to depart, we'll get the forward-facing lights on.
Link 1514, are you with?
Affirm.
Are you ready?
Affirm.
Link 1514, runway 16 right, line up on.
Runway 16 right, Q-Link 1514.
Tower, hello, Emirates 1727, with you on Alpha.
We're at 1727, hit.
Okay, strobe lights coming on.
3, contact departure.
Sorry, could you repeat that again? You cut out for Emirates 1727.
Never got our standby
33, contact departure.
artificial horizon up and running.
Qantas 433, contact departures.
City target Jetstar 746 established ILS 16 right in cloud.
Jetstar 746, Sydney Tower.
Okay.
Link 1514, runway 16 right, cleared for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff 16 right, Q-Link 1514.
TMS sets takeoff.
Spool the engines up, no warnings, no vibrations. Takeoff power coming at you. Pin the nose wheel to the pavement, a little bit of forward pressure on the yoke.
Speed alive, both sides. .80 knots cross-checked.
Okay, 80 knots, we can release the forward pressure.
Power set, N1G. V1.
33, Sydney 10.
Rotate.
Okay, we're rotating.
V2.
Pitch to
Positive rate
hold.
of climb, gear up.
Okay, we got the gear coming up. We'll pitch to hold that bubble speed. Get that going to 1,000 feet. I want to watch the radio altimeter here. Pitch to maintain the bubble speed.
Dot 746, runway 16 right, clear to land.
16 right, clear to land, Jetstar 746.
Okay, air autopilot coming on.
Feeling
Hold
15,
the
14, contact departure. 129, that's
Alright, departure 29.7, Key Lake 1514, thanks. Sydney departure, Key Lake 1514, 1,700 going to 5.
Like 15, 14, departure today, departure contact, flow 280.
You came through kind of quiet there, flight level 280.
Like 15, 14, 8, flight level 280, 5.
Alright, via the sit up to flight level 280, Qantas, Key Lake 1514. Okay, there we are. I'm going to take it out of vertical speed mode. We're going to trim down a little bit. Get into max continuous thrust. And we'll hold a vertical speed of 1,000 feet per minute.
VFTO, safe height speed.
There we go. That'll help us pick up speed a little bit. We'll get the flaps in. When we make it to the point, Grook, I think it is. What's the, when we get to the point Olvag, we need to be through 6,000. Okay, there's 250. We'll capture the speed. Actually uncapture the speed and trim up just a little bit because I overshot the speed slightly. So we'll trim up and we'll recapture the 250 knots. Okay, there's 250. Go ahead and rebug that just to reflect that that's the speed we're pitching to maintain. And then let's check our progress. We're crossing 6,000 now, and we are 5 miles prior to Grook. So as I suggested, we weren't going to, even in this aircraft, yeah, we weren't going to have any trouble making 6,000 at Olvag. Even in this aircraft whose climb performance is not fantastic all the time. That was a pretty reasonable ask. Airbird MD says, I'm going to FS Expo this year. That is awesome, man. You're going to have a fantastic time. Now, the problem is I am not going to FS Expo this year. And this will be the first one. I'm 6 for 6 so far. This will be the first one out of 7 that I will not be able to attend in person. But that is awesome for you, man. It's a fantastic time. I mean, not only is it 3 days of the most massively flight sim related shopping you'll ever do, and you know, a lot of great speakers as well. Tin Dog will be there. You know, but 2,000 people all around you that have the same passions and interests that you do. And that's really better than the event itself. Just the fact that you're surrounded by people who are all into the same things. It can't be beat. Can't be beat. We're through 10,000 now. I'm going to get the forward-facing lights off. Other thing we can do is we can come up top. We can get the continuous ignition off. We can get the engine air on. Get the APU air off. Get the APU off, and then we can get the emergency hydraulic cross feeds off. We'll do a quick cabin pressure check. So the differential pressure is about 1/3 of the way up through 10, which is good. It'll be about 2/3 of the way up through 18. And then it'll be fully up, right up at the yellow and red marks when we're at cruise. Cabin altitude, perceived cabin altitude based on the air density in the cabin.
Track direct to Wollongong 143.
So cabin altitude climbing at a normal rate and sitting pretty right around 3,000 feet right now.
Thanks for calling the call sign only. Emirates 727. Alright, 7827 departures today identified, flight by 280. Flight by 5280, Emirates 1727.
I'll be in debt when I leave, Airman. Yeah, right. Yeah. It's a good place to do some shopping. But even better place to meet fellow flight simmers, for sure. I forget. I think the transition altitude was 10,000. But it's certainly going to be, we're certainly going to be above it soon anyway, regardless. We'll go standard altimeters across the board. 2992, aka 1013. And what did we depart? About 8 minutes ago? So about 10 minutes ahead of schedule. 1250, but I don't think that was for us.
1433, contact Center 125.0 today.
Sorry, was that for Caroline 644?
Negative. Bonnet 643, contact Center 125.0. Like 1514, contact number Center 125.0 today.
Alright, 250, Q-Link 1514, we'll see you.
So departure, United 8.
Melbourne Center, Q-Link 1514 is 184 going to 280. Okay, 280 on Q-Link 1514. I gotta figure out my call sign. There's delivery at least. It is a beautiful little plane. I love this. I love this little guy. Gal, whatever you want to call her. She's a beauty. She's one in a million girls. We must be running the mix slightly enriched.
I love to sing about the moon and the June and the springer. I love to sing about a sky of blue or a deep blue.
And we are. As we typically do on a Friday night. We got ice warning down here. Let's go ahead and get some anti-icing measures up and running. And continuous ignition with that. We've got the green warning lights down here. We got green status lights indicating that we have anti-icing measures enacted. Yeah, we're a little rich peak CV flyer. Why not, right? We'll see how it goes with this orange light. Hopefully this orange light will vanish in a little bit, and then we'll be good to go. We'll be able to go back up top and shut all that off. So I need to add to my flow list reset standby horizon. Let's make that bold and red and highlighted because it's a new item and I'm sure to forget. But let me save that. Actually, I'm going to go back into protected mode in that flow list so I don't accidentally type over stuff. But we'll save it. So this is the little flow list that I operate off of on the other monitor here. So we've just added that piece, and I think that's a relatively recent addition to the aircraft model. Like I don't think that booted up in a caged fashion previously, but with one of the recent updates to the plane, that's now something that you do have to reset manually once you get the aircraft systems up and running. So we've now added it to our flow list. So we're 4,000 to go here. And like we're still in kind of slightly unfavorable weather. We'll see how the situation looks when we get down to Melbourne. We can come up here to Sydney and we can unpin the taxi chart. We can unpin the parking chart. We can unpin the departure charts, both of them. Weren't sure which one we were getting. But we can go ahead and pull up the Melbourne charts, and let's pull up the stars and the approaches, and we'll start looking at those in earnest. We're going to be parking somewhere up on the north end of Terminal 1. I'm not quite sure where QantasLink would park at Melbourne, but we'll figure that out when we get down there. But at any rate, if we're landing 16, it's a left-hand turnoff, and the terminal's over here to the east. But when we get a little further in, and we're 3,000 to go. Okay, the icing warnings have dropped off. Let's see if we can get away with shutting all this off now, and then let's just keep an eye on that, make sure that that warning recurs as soon as we do all that. Okay. So let's get all that stuff going again.
Melbourne Center, United 870 is passing flight level 180 for flight
So I don't see Melbourne on here yet, but we can probably cheat. And if we go .ATIS YMML_ATIS. We can pull it up even though it's not technically in range.
Can you say again the direct to United 87?
Information uniform. Expect the GLS or RNP. Arriving runway 9. Interesting. Okay. So that's a short runway. It's 7,500. It's not that short. It's actually plenty.
Sorry, I'm going to look at the...
It's the shorter of the two runways. It looks short in comparison to the other, which is a 12,000-foot runway. But it's plenty. It's actually quite a bit of runway. 7,500 feet would be plenty for this little guy. Especially if I land it well.
Climb to flight level 380.
If I land it well, we should only need about half of that length. But we'll see. Simultaneous independent crossing runway ops in progress. Right, you're landing on a runway that crosses the departure runway. Makes sense. Good to know. Wind 140, so it'll be a right to left, pretty significant right to left. 14 knots, almost straight up crosswind. So we'll have to be prepared for that. Temps 15, QNH 1029. So. Expect GLS or RNP to runway 9. So let's go ahead and see if we can predict what star that means we're going to get. We're coming off of the point. What's the last point in our en route? Booin, B-O-O-I-N. So let's see if we've got something coming from Booin to runway 9. Yeah, we got the Booin 1 Alpha to 9 and 3-4. So it does look like Booin 1 Alpha, and then let's look at the approaches to runway 9. RNP or GLS. $600. 760 or 840. Except I'm not even completely sure what GLS is. It is the same points though, Gupug and Popka. But I'm going to guess we will take the RNP to runway 9. And we will not have a VNAV indication, it'll just be LNAV, so the minimum is going to be 840, which is 445 feet above surface level. Right? Yeah.
Center, good morning. Just pilot level 2, passing flight level 173, climbing flight level 20.
Okay, so we're leveling off at 280. We're going to let the speed build up. We can get the seatbelt signs turned off.
Flight level 360, just flight level.
And let's take our chances again on icing. Okay, all that's off. Continuous ignition off. No icing warnings as of the moment. Okay, we'll rebug Mach 0.73 thereabouts. Let the speed come up, and then we'll kick the engine power down to cruise power. We're in climb power now. We're going to set it down to cruise power. Not an auto throttle, but the box will automatically maintain the temperature setting that you dial in here across the board here. But then you'll just have to see what that does, what that power setting does in terms of the cruise speed you're looking for. But then you can adjust it as necessary, but so it won't automatically maintain a speed, but it will automatically maintain a power set. So that's not too bad. Viper Strike is with us. Viper Strike's flying the younger cousin of the BAe in the name of the Avra RJ. Yeah, JustFlight has a great version of that as well, from what I understand. I've never tinkered around with it. It's basically a newer version of this same aircraft. Alright, we're going to put it into 720. The white lights across the top with the down arrows telling me I do need to reduce the throttles physically just a little bit. Once I get it in the ballpark, though, it says, no, that's good enough, I've got it from here. And then we'll make sure that these are all putting out exactly 720 degrees. So now let's take that and compare that to the speed we're trying to run. And if we see that it's still continuing to drift up, we can knock it down a little bit. Or if it's drifting down, it's not maintaining the speed we want, we can knock it up a little bit. Or if it settles in right where we want it, we'll leave it alone. Greetings from the flight deck with an update. We have reached our cruise altitude of 20,000 feet and we've turned off the fasten seatbelt signs. The cabin crew is going to come around with a fine selection of Red Bull products, meat pies, and Victoria Bitter. We will give you an update on the weather situation in Melbourne once we are starting our descent there, but I invite you to sit back, relax, and enjoy in the meantime. And thank you again for flying along with us on Qantas Link Flight 1514 service to Melbourne. Hi friends, don't forget we've got our Slant Artwork Adventure. Our Slant Artwork Adventure is the Qantas Link plane flying out of Sydney Harbor. We've had some snakes added to the plane. So there we go. And if you want to get in on that artwork adventure, you can cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points, and then when I shout your name out, you can let me know what you'd like to do to add to or modify that image. Alright, we don't know for sure, but we have it on pretty good faith that this is what we're going to be assigned. The Buin 1 Alpha and the RNP to runway 9er. So I'm going to go ahead and put that into the FMC route for right now. We'll go over here to flight plan, actually menu arrivals. We're going to arrive on runway 1. We assume it's going to be the Buin 1. And the approach, we are going to put in the RNAV to runway 9er. Nope, and there's no transition. We're just going to go ahead and put that all into the flight plan. So let's now look and see. Alright, 32.2, Keeling 1514, thank you. Melbourne Center, Q-Link 1514, 280.
Q-Link 1514, that's G'day, clear Buin 1 Alpha arrival, runway 09, flight level 280.
Alright, Buin 1 Alpha arrival for runway 9er and 280 for now, Q-Link 1514. Okay, so we've just been assigned what I had surmised. Let's just verify that it's all in there properly. The Buin 1 Alpha. So we'll just make sure it's Maxwell and then Secnu, Ensig, Nefer, Belta, Opava, Upcan, and then Gupug. And from Gupug, it transitions straight onto the straight onto the approach from there. So we can just step through and make sure it's all there.
507, descend west 9000, connection 029.
So Buin, max all at or above 9.
Center velocity at 29, requesting about 5 minutes copy.
Velocity 820,
Delta,
Roger, you maintain flight level 3.
Opava, Pup Can, Goop Pug, and then Pop Guy, yeah, okay.
8 velocity 839.
So everything's correct.
Let me know when you're back. You're about 5 minutes before Friday to hand you off.
Based on the arrival and the approach that we were just assigned. And so landing runway 9, it's going to be a right turnoff if we make it down successfully. Straight out 083 to 4,000 if we go missed. Missed approach out, missed approach altitude 4,000. LNAV 840, which is 445 radio altimeter. I'm going to buffer that because we don't know what the difference in terrain height is, the missed approach versus the threshold. So I'm going to buffer that, 445 above ground level, but, we'll say 600 just to buffer it by 150. We're really bound by this. If it's a Category 1 approach, we're really bound by the barometric altitude of 840. I'll just say 900 round figures. But we're going to set that to 600 round figures just to have a little buffer, make sure the alerter needs to go off before we reach the actual minimum. Okay, the speed's drifted up just a tiny little bit. Not alarmingly so, but I am going to go ahead and knock that down by 10 degrees, and we'll see how that does us. I mean, I'm kind of fine with just rebugging it at where we're at. But we'll see. We'll take a peek at it in a few minutes and see if it's any higher than 386. So what was I just saying? Oh, the alerter. Yeah, we said we set it to 600, and that would make sure that the alarm goes off before we get to 900 barometric.
Entered backtrack runway 12 for 37. Well, it's 432, contact center 133.15, expect start.
Over center 133.15, expect to start on 432, hurry.
One thing I didn't do once we got to cruise was a final cruise check, yeah, but the cabin altitude sitting right where we programmed it to be, differential altitude right up under the marks, and cabin altitude no longer climbing, so everything going the way it was intended. I just didn't check it once we got up to cruise. We checked it at 10, we checked it at 18, everything was fine. I like to do those 3 climb checks though, just to make sure we're able to breathe. So what are we going to say about the weather there? Substantial winds, moderate winds out of the south. Clouds and visibility, okay, so we don't really have any detailed information. We'll say mostly clear skies and moderate winds. Temp was 15, which is what? High 50s Fahrenheit.
Guided 870, Centre Good A, cleared to and 1 hour for arrival, runway 09, flight level 360.
And then let's do one more thing. Let's put this into nav mode. Let's put this into VNav mode. I'm going to just skip past Maxwell and SecNu, and we're just going to say Belta at 5,000. So for here, .21 at 5,000.
This is one arrival. What time information? Flight level 360.
We don't need to start descending for another 159 miles yet. Let's do one more thing. Melbourne Tower is 120.5. Melbourne Ground is 121.7. So 25 is the same frequencies as in Melbourne as Sydney, which is kind of nice. 20.5 and 21.7. What if we do that on purpose? Okay, and we're transmitting and receiving on COM 1, are we not yet? So I can go ahead and manipulate COM 2, no problems. 21.7. I know it would have been easier for me to use the left-hand side, which was already at 29.7, but I just aesthetically, it's memorable for me, and it's always good to follow the same habits and patterns that you normally do. And normally for me on this aircraft, the tower goes here, ground goes here, and so that's when we switch over. I've got that kind of in muscle memory, and I don't have to think about it too much. 20.5 it was, right? It's 20.5, 21.7. So the local controls set and ground controls set. So when we get to that point, we'll be able to just switch over to COM 2. We'll be already good to go. Okay, the ground speed seems to be stable, so I think we're fine there.
413, contact approach 132.0 today.
32.0, 413.
Probably the same handoff we will be getting soon. 1320. It's not 100% given, but seems likely. So here's our slant artwork adventure again. We got the QantasLink BAe-146 climbing over Sydney Harbor. We've added some snakes to the plane. I'm going to make a modification if no one else is in the queue.
Excellent. 200 to backtrack from
got an idea.
Backtrack. Was 13 Romeo, contact center 133.15, expect start.
133.15, Qantas 1 Romeo, thank you.
But anyway, if you'd like to get in on our little silent activity there, which we call our slant artwork adventure, you can head down to the bottom of that chat panel. You've got the alphabet serial icon that represents our Twitch channel points, aka our alphabets. Next to that's a button that tells you how many you have, and if you've got 500 or more, you can click on the button to cash in 500 of those points and put yourself in the queue.
G'day, please do 1 Alpha arrival runway 09, flight level 360.
I will set the Bravo after India November 1 Alpha arrival and flight level 360 for Texas 511.
So 511 AFX for runway 09.
For runway 09, Texas 511, thanks.
Melbourne Center, Qantas 438, flight level 154, climb 240.
The change I requested didn't quite work out, so now I'm trying to get it to undo it. Try again. But anyway, if you want to get in on our activity, just cash in 500 of those Twitch channel points, aka the alphabets points.
Good Friday.
And then you can let me know what you'd like to do to add to or modify that slant artwork adventure.
On to run runway 30, close to second. 30, Passport 190, identified, verify level passport.
Passport 190, passing 3,300.
Passport 190, climb flight level 300.
Flight level 300, 31.
Okay, we'll see. I gave it a little bit more of a specific direction for what I'm trying to achieve with my change, and we'll see if it goes any better than the one I just tried. Catch you up to speed here with it in just a moment.
372. United 870 Melbourne Center.
United 870.
United 870 showing you observed flight level 373. Confirm maintaining flight level 360.
No, I'm going to have to start it over, I think.
Okay, I'm fine. I'll bring it back to flight level 360.
Yeah, I'm going to have to start it over. Let me just save the images here that I've got. Good ones at least, anyway.
Good Friday 1 into backtrack runway 30.
Friday 1 into backtrack runway 30.
Okay. Speed's fairly stable. Nothing major has changed. We have not been given permission to start descending yet. It's still 109 miles from where our plane feels we need to start descending. So everything is good. Alright, let me regenerate our image. Doggo Ultimate is here. Doggo, how have you been? Haven't heard from you in a bit. Hope all is well. Alright, let me regenerate our slant artwork adventure.
Connect 12104 out of 3003. 6121 identifies number to flight level 300. Right,
number 7, velocity 839, we're approaching our top of descent. We can start there.
Velocity 839, I'm currently waiting for the next sector to hand you off. Yeah, so much.
Okay, we'll try that. A complete reboot on that slant artwork adventure. I'll show you the results here in just a moment. But again,
829, if you can get a word in contact center 133, decimal 15, call sign only.
Check, set approach C again for velocity 829.
but again,
decimal 15.
the way to get in on that is to cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the alphabet points there at the bottom of the chat. Okay, there we go. Alright, so we had to kind of start it over and regenerate it from scratch, but there we go. So we got the QantasLink BAe-146 over Sydney Harbor, and some snakes dangling from the plane, and we got the koala and the kangaroo with the controls. And there we go. Now I think we've got it. If you want to add anything to that, you can cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the alphabet points, and then let me know what you'd like to do to add to or modify that image. Other channel activity going on. We've got our bracket challenge. We've got the men's basketball, NCAA men's basketball Final Four being played over the weekend. We got Michigan, we got Arizona, we got Connecticut, and who was the fourth one? Man, All out of sort for that. Who's the fourth one? Tennessee, right? Tennessee Volunteers?
Southside 10.
No, Illinois. I'm sorry. Tennessee lost. Illinois is the fourth one.
Call sign only. Whatever you would like.
So Arizona, Michigan, Connecticut, Illinois are the four. We got a bunch of folks in a ESPN group for the Discord, for the community, for the Slant Alpha community. And the way we work it, in case you want to get in on it next year, the way we work it is everyone is entitled to submit up to 3 brackets, so you can kind of do 3 different scenarios. And whichever one is your best scoring bracket at the end is the one that counts, and you don't have to nominate one or gamble on which one you think is doing well, which one you think is doing poorly. We'll just automatically take whichever one of yours does best. Of each person's best bracket, we rank them top to bottom, and the top 3 get Slant Alpha prize vault prizes, gift cards to either Amazon or xplane.org store or simmarket.com. The top prize is 50, the middle prize is 25, third place is 15. However, I put brackets in as well, and of those top 3, if any of those top 3 also happen to beat my best bracket, that prize doubles. So the prizes could be 100, 50, and 30, depending on where I place in the mix there. And I think in one of the 8 scenarios,
Friday one identified, verified level stuff.
Which I think is, which one is it that, yeah, so if Illinois and Michigan end up in the final and Illinois wins, that's the one scenario where I finish in the top 3. Actually, I finished second. No, I'm sorry. I would finish third. I would indeed finish third. The 2 that would be ahead of me would be the same person. So it would be the 2 behind me that would take the second and third place prize. Those guys would get 25 and 15, but the guy in top, the guy doubled in top, would take a $100 prize for his top prize. So I guess I got to root for Illinois beating Michigan. That reduces my expenses. I think there's a bunch of cases, there's several cases in which there's a tie for third. So all the prizes are doubled, and I have an extra $30 payout. However, I don't actually mind. So if I end up having to pay 150, 30, 30, that's fine. This is stream money. This is money that you guys contribute to the live stream that comes back to you. So ultimately, it's your money. It's just these contests just determine how I divvy it up and hand it back to you guys. So lots of fun though. If you didn't get in on it this year, then by about the beginning of March next year, we start putting the information out, and then by Selection Sunday, that's the mad push, because you've only got 3.5 days from the evening of Selection Sunday to get your brackets in and locked before that first Thursday afternoon tip-off of the official round of 64. So it is a bit of a mad rush, a short window to get entered into that contest, but we'll start reminding everybody at the beginning of March, as we do every year. This is our 4th annual one. It's been a lot of fun every year, and we've only made minor tweaks to it. It's worked pretty well from the outset. Really, the only minor tweaks we made to it was we made it a closed group with a password, just to make sure that only people from our community are actually joining it. I think everything else we've done it the same every time. We had the largest participation. We had 39 brackets, 18 different people, I think. 39 brackets for sure. I'm pretty sure 18 different people. Not everybody submitted 3, which I don't get. There was a handful of folks who were like, well, I'm submitting 1, and I'm going to live or die by that bracket. Come on, dude. You know what the chances of that bracket winning are? Well, 1 in 39, but not even.
Level 10, good day, Panta 499, flight level 160, for flight level 240.
499, good day, flight level 390.
Flight level 390, Panta 499.
But anyway, it's a fun contest, and even if you're not really interested in college basketball, it's a seeded tournament, and the selection committee does pretty well in terms of signing rank. So, you know, there's always a bunch of key upsets. You know, the stronger seed doesn't always beat the lower seed, but the more disparate those seeds, the better that chance is, and the closer those seeds are, the better chance of it to turn around. So you can kind of use probability and put in a fairly decent performing bracket just blindly, even if you don't know any of the teams. But it's fun. It's free to enter, so you got nothing to lose. If you tank all three brackets, so what? You know, don't participate in the conversation. No one will bother you about it. All right, still 48 miles to top of descent here. So we got off about 10 minutes early, but I'm noticing that we're only getting about 393 knots over the ground, so I feel like the wind must be kind of a fairly strong headwind. That should put us back essentially on time, how we plan to get down. Plans to get down at 9:53 Eastern Time. So if we start that descent in about 10 minutes, then yeah, that'd be about right. It'd be pretty much spot on. So we got off 10 minutes early, but we had 10 minutes more in the air because of a headwind. Then I think that cancels out, and we should be good to go. Now we're only 1 hour into the scheduled event coverage, and of course normally my show times are 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time. The event coverage, because it's being provided by Australian controllers, and it's not a given on VATSIM that everyone controls in the same area that they live in, but it's a pretty strong correlation anyway. So they're actually controlling on a Saturday late morning, early afternoon. It's 11 a.m. Eastern, 11 a.m. Eastern Australia until 3 p.m. Eastern Australia.
Continue climbing, level 350.
So they're plus 11, we're minus 4 here on the East Coast. So they're 15 hours. Okay, yeah, there's my overspeed warning. So we'll knock the.
Like 1514, when ready, descend flight level 130.
And when ready, down to 130. Jetlink 1514. I'm sorry, Qantas Link 1514. G-Link 1514. I don't know who I am. Alright, so 130 is what we've been cleared down to. When ready is basically the Australian or the non-FAA version of at pilot's discretion. So we'll go ahead and start down in 28 miles. And let's just do a real quick update on the ATIS information. Now officially in range of it. Information Victor now current. 9 for arrival. 160.15, so it's even more of a straight up crosswind. 1028 is the QNH. So I'm going to set 1028 here in the standby, just to have it preset there.
434, contact center 133.15, expect start.
Expect star and 1315
So 3036 is the inches of mercury equivalent for that.
Tasman 32, contact center 133.15, expect start.
133 West 1, expect start, Tasman 32.
Alright, coming up on it. Let's go ahead and get the fasten seatbelt signs. We'll do a announcement. Temperature's now 16, so that's low 60s Fahrenheit. And mostly clear skies is what we'll say, with moderate winds. Greetings from the flight deck with an update. We have turned on the fasten seatbelt signs, so we do ask that you return to your seats and fasten your seatbelts as we're just about getting ready to start our descent down into Melbourne. Weather there is showing as 16 degrees, which is in the low 60s of Fahrenheit. We've got mostly clear skies and moderate winds. Expect to be on the ground in just about 30 minutes. And thanks again for flying along with us on QantasLink Flight 1514, service to Melbourne. We're a little bit early, but we'll go ahead and get started now. Let's go ahead and get that armed. And are we 290?
Yeah, that's 70, we're ready to send flight level 130.
At pilot's discretion, descend to flight level 130. United 7.
Okay, as soon as it gets to 280. We'll go ahead and capture the speed and have it pitched down to maintain it. Let's re-examine the chart, make sure you're aware of speed restrictions on that chart. Yeah, nothing listed until Delta, which is 230. So when we go below 10, it's 250. When we get up to Delta, it's 230.
133.15, expect start.
133.15, expect start. Air India 4501.
Alright, and we do want to be descending 280 knots for now. I'm going to go ahead and just bug that speed just so the bubble shows that we are on our target speed. But now the throttles, I'm going to throttle back until we are matching the descent rate. So basically, if the plane's pitching to keep a constant speed, then the throttles are then going to control your descent rate. So if you want to descend faster, just reduce engine power. And the other thing we can do is go ahead and set our pressurization to our descent altitude, 430 feet at Melbourne, so I'm going to go ahead and set that in the pressure dial. So just below the 500 mark by a little bit, that'll be close enough. Okay, descending a little bit faster than we need to now. We're descending at about 2,500.
Sir, good evening. Qantas 14 level 2 from 320, level 260.
A little bit of throttle back in, and then might take it a minute to stabilize. Put a little bit of throttle back in to slow that descent rate. And it'll bob around for a little bit, but hopefully it'll settle in at something a little bit closer to the 1850.
Sensor Lieutenant 124, we are looking for a 5-minute out of cockpit brake speed.
Is it 124? Let me know when you're back.
Okay, that's pretty good right there.
Russia will report back.
So we'll keep the 280, and the descent rate's looking pretty good. Again, I know these are looking like they're way off, like something's wrong. The only thing is I have this pre-dialed into the local altimeter just so that when we get through the transition level, I'll just be able to glance over and see what it was. That brings up an interesting point. What is the transition level? I'm so used to it being 18,000 all the time. It's 11 here, 110. So we're going to keep the standard setting all the way down to 11,000 feet. And as a matter of fact, when he gave us the descent, that's why he said flight level 130. He did not say 13,000 feet. By the way, that's one key misconception that some newer VATSIM folks have. The difference of whether you say your altitude in terms of thousands and hundreds versus a flight level is directly tied into whether you're calibrated to a local setting or a standard setting. If you're calibrated to a local setting, you're not at a flight level. You are at an altitude in thousands and hundreds. If you're calibrated to the standard setting, that is when you're at a flight level.
Left turn descending, confirm ops normal.
We've got some stuff going on RTO, Goose 26 over open.
Alright.
I'm going to add a little bit of throttle back in. Keep that descent. The descent was slipping just past 2,000 feet per minute. Our target's still 1850.
Jetstar 511 top descent.
So 511 when ready, descend flight level 130.
Cap Chris is here. Hey, Cap.
When ready, descend flight level 130. Jetstar 511.
Cap Chris, meet Captain Morgan.
Apologies for that. We should be back on course now and climbing again. Good
Okay.
Friday.
Victor. Okay, that's what I thought. I mean, it was right there, but just wanted to make sure it hadn't updated. Did I get the, yeah, I did get the fasten seatbelt signs on.
Link 1514, descend via star 9000, QNH 1028.
Alright, via the star down to 9,000, 1028 for Keylink 1514.
Lieutenant A, FedEx 77, passing 145 to 7240.
Okay, there's no additional restrictions except we have to stay at or above 9,000. Yeah, we could. So via the star doesn't really change anything in terms of our vertical profile. So we're good. We just can't go below 9,000 until after maximum.
I'll take 190.
So at this point, when we get down below 11, and you'll notice the difference. It goes back to what I said. When he gave us 13, it was 130. When he gave us 9,000, it was 9,000, not 090, and he gave us the local QNH with it. So again, whether that's a thousands and hundred or a flight level is directly tied into whether it's that standard altimeter or a local altimeter.
I'm sorry, one more time for Chris, 190 from
So, moral of the story: if you're calibrated to a local altimeter, don't say flight level.
All right, from position, direct Cebu, Sierra, India, Bravo, Lima uniform, and Razi, and then flight conference for 1. Suspect 190 knot from your current position from ACTAM. Apologies, from
Okay, so
ACTAM.
target's 1800.
Right.
We're descending pretty close to 1800.
Central Houston, 124, we are back in.
The last 24.
It's still saying we're 3.2 miles early. We could level off for 3.2 miles, and then this would increase from 1800 to 2000. But I'm good with it just keeping it 1800 and a nice steady descent right here. So we did start descending a little bit early. That's what it's telling us. Hang down, buddy.
Link 1514, contact approach 132.0.
All right, 32-0, killing 1514. We'll see you. Melbourne approach, QLink 1514 is 147, going down to 9,000 via the star. We get information, Victor.
Killing 1514, Melbourne approach. G'day, descend on star to 6,000, runway 09, expect down the approach.
Down to 6,000 via the star now, and we'll expect the R&P runway 9er, QLink 1514. Alright, so that, I'll tell you what, I'm gonna keep this set to 9,000 for now, since we know we can't descend past 9,000 until we're after Maxall. Let's see where we are. Oh, we are after Maxall. We're from Maxall to Secu. Or Secnu. Coming up on 11, we're going to go ahead and set the local altimeter. 3036 or 1028. Alright, and we are going to need to slow it to 250. Let's go ahead and get the APU restarted. Go ahead and jump up top and get the hydraulic cross feeds restarted. So we'll rebug 250, and that's what we'll get down to. So I'm going to restarting the APU because I need the APU to supply electricity so that I can pull the plane into full idle. Otherwise, these four tiny engines will not create enough electricity to run the plane. So let's come back up top. APU power is available. Good. APU air. Engine air off.
Killing 1514, report indicated airspeed.
We're 280 slow into 250 now. Killing 1514.
Killing 1514, maintain 280 knots, and I just need to get you ahead of a citation to the north.
Oh, easy enough. We'll maintain 280 then. Killing 1514. We're in a drag race with a citation.
Voyager Tree 41. We're flight level 130 descending at 9,000. Information Victor.
Voyager 341, Melbourne approach. G'day, descend by star 7,000, runway 09.
Okay, coming through 10,000. Let's get the forward-facing lights on.
7,000, expect RP Voyager 341.
And that is our very good friend Stu 222.
EVS 982, descend by star 3000, cleared RMP approach runway 09.
Descend by star 3000, cleared RMP approach runway 9, UPS 982.
Killing 1514, crushing crossing Belter, resume normal speed.
And after Belter, normal speed, call it QLink 1514. I can't say my freaking call sign. Okay, so Belta is where we got to slow to 230 then. that'll be right there.
Voyager 341, maintain 230.
230, that's Voyager 341.
Yeah, we do need to
descend by 5,000.
down to 5,000 via the star now, Keelink 1514. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and get it into vertical speed hold now, and we're going to slam the brakes. Three more miles, we're supposed to be at 230 knots.
Keelink 1514, descend by down 3,000.
I fire the star down to 3,000, Keelink 1514. So Delta at or above 5. Yeah, that's fine. We were at or above. We're at 57.
Yeah, A70 Melbourne approach. Readability is about a 3 by 5, cutting up quite a bit.
And up Ken is going to be 4,000, so I'm going to set that for now.
6,000, 09, expect RP approach.
6,000, descend via star, expect RP approach, 820.
Okay, we're going to add some throttle. We're going to switch to indicated airspeed. We're going to bring it to 4,000 at up Ken. You guys can start putting some predictions into the chat as far as the vertical descent rate at the moment the wheel starts runway surface. No bot command necessary for that. Just a number into the chat, positive or negative. You will know that you need a descent rate either way, and the closest predictor gets an automatic entry into our monthly landing rate raffle, which will pull toward the end of the month of April. So 4,000 at up Can. Okay, so we're still a little bit early for 4,000, so we'll maintain 4,000.
Star 4,000, Voyager 341.
And then we'll bring the speed back to 230. Alright, so it's now an altitude hold. So we'll bring the speed back to 230. Alright, we're cleared down to 3. We just can't start down to 3 until after up can. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and set our
2,500.
Cleared up the approach, runway 09.
Okay, I missed the first part, but then after Gutbug, we're clear for the RNAV approach runway 9er.
Keelink 1514, reduce speed 185 knots to cross at Gutbug.
Okay, 185 at Gutbug, Keelink 1514.
Voyager 341, sequencing, turn right, heading 240, you'll be about 1 minute away.
Alright, 240, Voyager 341.
Okay.
EF9 ATC, maintain 17, correction 160.
So we're still not at Upkin yet.
Melbourne Tower 120.845 today.
160 till 4, tower 120.5, UPS 992, heavy.
We'll do a flaps.
EA9 at 870, check altitude, 56,000.
Flaps 30. Yeah, no, I know we did, Stu. So is that Upkin now? Yeah, we're at Upkins.
Yeah, 870, check altitude, climb to 6,000.
Now we can go down to 3,000.
Climb back up 6,000,
disconnected.
Actually, I'm going to just... I'm just going to fly it by hand now.
Class 332, stand by, start at 6,000.
Continuous ignition and TMS, those are the last two steps. Okay, now we can turn.
Voyager 341, reduce speed 180 knots, with no navigation, clear right gun bug.
Traffic, traffic. Navigation direct gun bug, Voyager 341.
Got a 332, clear direct up camp. Clear direct up camp, 136. Link 1514, caution wake table engineer number 2 following an A300, 3.5 miles, reduce to final approach speed.
I will reduce to the final approach speed and caution wake turbulence, Q-Link 1514. Okay,
2,500.
Popula, we should be going down to 1,800 now.
Voyager 341, descend 3000, cleared RP approach, runway 09.
10 3000, code RP 09, Voyager 341.
I see the runway, we're way off center here. Got a pretty good right to left.
Speed checked below 205, select flaps 18.
We'll have some gear coming. Alright friends, again, keep those predictions coming. Number into the...
Unfortunately that spacing's not going to work. Traffic heads slowed down more than I imagined. Go around, maintain 4,000.
Alright, we'll go around and maintain 4,000. Q-Link 1514. Okay.
Speed check below 180.
Positive rate.
Flaps 24. Speed check below 205.
Descend by about 3000, cleared RP approach, runway 09, resume double speed.
Clear of conflict.
Unit at 870, descend by about 3000, speed now 210 knots or less.
Down 3000, Unit 870.
Unit at 870, reduce speed 210 knots or less.
Traffic, traffic.
Down to 3000.
Okay, max continuous thrust.
Q-Link 1514, turn left heading 020.
020, Q-Link 1514.
Golden approach today is just on time 11 with you passing at 11,000 for night top.
Yes, 511 Melbourne approach, descend by star 6000, runway 09, expect RP approach.
6,000 in quick RP, just the 511.
Voyager 341, maintain 180 knots, still approaching at 5 DME, contact Melbourne Tower 120.5, bye-bye.
Contact 025 at DME 120.5, Voyager 341.
Philly 15, 14, for your planning purposes, will be an additional 20 miles from touchdown, and expected now to turn in about 2 minutes.
Okay, no problem. 20 miles, turn in 2 minutes. Q-Link 1514, no problem. So we got it in altitude hold mode. The terminal speed seems to be 230, so let's bug that and plan to
185 knots at 870.
plan to resume that. Not quite holding 4,000s.
Clear of conflict.
Q-Link 1514, turn left heading 270 degrees.
270, Q-Link 1514.
Got it, just go.
Yeah, it's not holding the Not holding the altitude for me here.
United 870, cleared RMP approach, runway 09.
Cleared RMP, runway 09, United 870.
Alright, there's 270 on the heading. Let's get back down to 4,000. See if we can get it trimmed. And back down to about 230 on the speed here.
Melbourne approach today on 678 with you, descending to level 120 to 9,000 on the RB8. For the 678 Melbourne approach, runway 09, expect RMP approach. Expect RMP approach, runway 9 for 678. On the 322, maintain 180 knots till 5 CME, contact Melbourne Tower 120.5. 180 till 5, contact Tower 120.5, thanks, climb, 320.
Okay, yeah, not sure what happened. It felt like I had
14, turn left heading 220.
left at 220, keeling 1514.
Get 511 speed, 1, cushion 210 knots, full left.
Speed 210, Jetstar 511.
Yeah, felt like I had like a runaway trim issue or something. The autopilot was fighting me, trying to get to 4,000. We're okay now. Just hand flying it. Assigned 4,000 and 220. I'm just flying 230 knots until they tell me otherwise. See if I can get it nice and trimmed out here. If I can get it into
2,500.
678 descend by start at 7,000.
Heading, altitude.
50 knots, full left.
Altitude hold mode. No, it's not going to let me do altitude hold mode.
7,000 before 678.
Why wouldn't it let me do altitude hold mode?
Stand at 7,000 now and speed 250 knots for left for 678.
Approach take on 415, descending to 9,000, information 6,000.
Okay, there we go.
Connor 415, Melbourne approach. G'day, descend by start 6,000, runway 09, I expect RMP approach.
Descend by start to 6,000, runway 09, and...
Okay, why is it in a 700 foot per minute descent? I'm at the I'm at the altitude.
Healing 1514, turn left heading 170.
170, healing 1514.
Jet star 511, speed 182, cushion 185 knots, descend by star 3,000.
185 and 3,000.
Okay, well, we broke something on the go around. The autopilot doesn't want to hold an altitude for me now, so I guess we're just going to have to hand fly it the rest of the way in.
United 870, contact Melbourne Tower 120.45. Healing 1514, resume my navigation, include direct Gumbo, descend 3,000.
Alright, 3,000 and direct to Guppig, healing 1514.
Corner 678, reduce speed 210 knots.
Reduce speed 210 knots, corner 678.
Corner 415, can't see the speed restrictions, maintain 280 knots for now.
Cancel
So
speed,
Guppig
maintain
is
280 knots, corner 415.
Jet star 511 cleared, Jeep cushion RMP approach, runway 09.
Cleared RMP 09, Jetstar 511.
Alright, so 4 miles from Popka.
Still showing tracking southbound, left heading 060, report visual.
Was that for Keylink 1514?
Keylink 1514, it is still showing me tracking southbound. Just verify you are directing JustFlight now.
Yeah, we're having a little trouble getting that into the box, but I'm turning eastbound now. We can go direct to the next one, Popka.
Keylink 1514, it's up to you. If you are able to intercept the RMP on that, that's fine. Cleared RMP approach runway 09.
Okay, that'll work. We're basically straight in at this point. Cleared RMP approach, runway 9er, Keylink 1514. Sorry about that.
Now we're going to switch to tower, United 870.
United 870 FM, call to China, contact tower.
Over tower, sorry, we'll see United 870.
678, stand by 3000.
Okay. So we'll try again. Start putting some predictions in as far as the vertical descent rate at the moment the wheels touch runway surface. No bot command necessary for that, just a number into the chat, positive or negative. We will know that you mean a descent rate either way.
415, click direct to Apava.
If you already put a number in and you want to keep that number, don't put it in again. If you want to put a different number in, that will cancel your earlier number. 20.5, Keylink 15.
2500.
Melbourne Tower, Keylink 1514 is RNAV runway 9er.
Keylink 1514, good day.
Okay, and let's get slowed down now.
13221, vacating contact ground, clear.
One vacating contact ground, 2322.
United 870, please land runway 09.
Runway 09, United 870.
Just 500, you at the front of the queue there?
A-front, we're holding in front.
Okay, flaps coming in, gears coming in.
16, clear for takeoff. Just cover.
Alright, continuous ignition. TMS.
United 870, contact ground, vacating on 11.47, see ya.
Over ground, United 870.
Wicked right to left.
1000.
One more notch of flaps. Alright, straight to 4,000 if we go, missed, and then a right turn off if we make it down.
Top end is secure.
Gears down in green, landing flaps is coming set now. We are holding on our landing clearance.
Plus 100.
Keylink 1514. Runway
Minimums. Minimums.
Clear to land runway 09er, Keylink 1514. Alright, we do have our landing clearance now.
Just
500.
Just 511, 800. Just 511, just your information. The preceding aircraft about 5 miles.
Alright, roger, Jet 500.
Just 500, contact departure. Bye-bye.
Departure for Just 500, see ya.
Just the 124 line up on weight, runway 16.
Runway 16, line up white. Slow 124.
50. 40. 30. 20. 10.
Round idle.
Alright, didn't overdo the flare this time.
Just 504 runway
Brake pressure C.
Runway 16 cleared for takeoff. Slow 124.
80 knots. 60 knots.
Whew, that was a vicious crosswind, but I felt good about the control for it.
15-14, take Alpha to the right there if you can make it, and contact ground 121.7.
Alright, exiting to the right and 21.7, Keeling 514.
Qatari 988 on position.
Did they just pave that runway? It looked like it, didn't they? Didn't it? Melbourne ground, Keeling 514's off of runway 9 at Alpha, any gate's fine.
Q-Link 1514, do you have Delta in your scenery immediately to the left?
Does not look like it.
Q-Link 1514, taxi via Echo Victor Tango, hold short Alpha.
Echo, Victor, and Tango, and we'll hold short Alpha, Keeling 514.
Ground JetStar 514, do you know how long of a delay we can expect?
Echo.
Velocity 327, is there a reason you haven't started pushing back yet?
Apologies, we're on the move now to velocity 527.
Okay, so Victor.
Melbourne ground, Cactus 623, requesting push and start.
Okay, so let's get flaps, spoilers.
Cactus 623, push back
Strobes, landing lights off, taxi lights on.
Push through, Cactus 600.
Turn off lights on. Flight directors off.
Qatari 988, taxi by Alpha, hold short runway 09.
TA and RA.
Taxi by Alpha, hold short
Off.
runway 09, 988.
Okay, and then we're going to all the way down Victor. And then it'll bend to the left and merging with Alpha. Yeah, it looks like this is all freshly paved, doesn't it, Dim Realm?
Qantas 457 is ready for taxis.
Weather radar can come off as well. Let's make sure I did all of the taxi-in stuff, speed brake and flaps, flight directors, landing lights, taxi lights, strobe lights, runway exit lights, and continuous ignition. That's the one I always forget.
Ground Qantas 457.
Qantas 457.
Weather and transponder.
Taxi via Tango, hold short Alpha.
Tango, hold short
No,
Alpha.
yeah, no rubber on the runway at all. Yeah, this was a freeware scenery add-on.
You're instructed to taxi by Tango, but no worries. Taxi left on uniform, stay at SS.
That was for Keeling 1514, left on uniform?
Basin.
Oh, sorry, I had Victor short of Alpha, my apologies. We'll left on uniform, we'll hold short Alpha.
And JetStar 511 just vacated Downunder on Quebec, taxi report. Jetstar 511 gives way to the Qantas A330 exiting the apron, taxi via Quebec, Tango, hold short Alpha.
Give way to the Qantas 330, taxi by Quebec, Tango, hold short Alpha, Jetstar 511.
Ground United 250, heavy I4, Melbourne Victor, stand Delta Lund.
United 250, standby, break, Qatari 988.
Alright, well, while we're
traffic, cross runway 09, taxi 1 point Bravo, runway 16.
while we're waiting to get our
After the rising traffic across runway 090.
Gate assignment.
Bravo 6 Qatar 988.
Tim Dog, you were one away, dude. One away. 145 was the number that registered.
Crowd Air New Zealand 175 is requesting IFR clearance to Sydney.
New Zealand 175, standby number 2.
Ground, Jetstar 514.
That's going to confuse me because that's the call sign I used for this last year, I think. Jetstar 514.
Jetstar 514. Request push and start. Jetstar 514, you've already called me twice, I'm not giving it to you yet. Break, Voyager 341, continue taxi to Bay.
Taxi to Bay, Voyager 341.
Tango Bravo, taxi by
How long of a delay we can expect?
Locked. Tango Bravo, taxi by Alpha, hold short golf.
Taxi by Alpha, hold short golf, Tango Bravo.
Q-Link 1514, continue taxi to Bay Echo 7.
Echo 7, Keeling 1514. Sorry for the confusion.
No worries.
Ground, Jetstar 514. Do you know how long of a delay we can expect?
Jetstar 514, stand by, break, Qantas 457, taxi by Alpha, hold short runway 09.
Alpha, hold short 09, Qantas 457.
Alright, so that's going to put us basically straight ahead and then second on the right, it looks like.
So, ground today, 2678, we're in position on taxiway pop-up on taxi to the gate.
Melbourne 7922, request IFR clearance, Sydney permission.
Entering ramp area, we'll go ahead and get taxi lights off.
Jetstar 972, stand by, break, Qantas 678, taxi via Echo Quebec to Bay Bravo 26.
Taxi Echo Quebec.
This is Echo 7, or that's Echo 9, or Echo 7 will be the next one ahead. Okay, good, because Echo 9 is on.
Ground velocity 327, ready to taxi, we can accept Echo.
Velocity 327, taxi by Alpha, holding point Echo, runway 16.
Alpha, holding point Echo 16, velocity 327.
Melbourne ground, Cactus 6.0, request back to runway 16 left.
Cactus 623, give way to the arriving traffic, taxi by Uniform, hold short Alpha.
Give way to the arriving traffic, taxi by Uniform, hold short Alpha, Cactus 600. Ground, Qantas 671, get a information Victor, Qatar 5 Sydney.
Qantas 671, stand by, break, Jetstar 514, push back first.
Alright, parking brake coming on. Let me run through the turnaround checklist. We've already gotten our predictions for the descent rate, and then let me go through the fuel and timing predictions as well. But hold on one second, let's get the parking brake engaged. Let's get the plane turned around first. So master warning out, oxygen systems off. That is really going to screw me up if he doesn't leave. He needs to go. Get that guy a taxi. That's confusing the heck out of me. I literally used that exact call sign last year. Engine gens 1 and 4 off. Let's get pack number 2 off. Let's get the throttles to cut off. Make sure all 4 of them went in. Okay, they did. We can go into the fasten seatbelt signs off. Pumps 1, 3, and 4 off. Screen and probe heats off. Ice detection switch can come off. And the beacon light can come off. Let's go over here to the wheel chocks. Let's go ahead and make it a 5-minute deboarding.
Heavy 9222, standby number 6.
We'll jump up to the overhead high. And what do we need to do? We need to get the PTU and AC pumps off, hydraulic pumps off.
250, we're ready.
We'll come down here to set our squawk code of 2000 and over to standby. And then let's check on our flight time and fuel. Now we did get airborne about 10 minutes early, but I think we had a pretty good headwind, and of course then we had that go around at the end as well. So we'll see where we wound up in terms of our flight time and fuel estimates. We anticipated we would be down at 9:53. Well, we're only 4 minutes late given that go around. We're probably going to be a little short on fuel because of the go around. We have 11,000, almost 11.1 left was the plan. What do we have? 10.446, not bad at all. So, so we're only 600 pounds light. I can take that. That's fine. That'll still give us plenty to complete leg 2 without having to order additional fuel. So we're good. We're well within our normal operating range. Let's go up to the top of the flow list. I'm going to get the second flight plan filed, and then we're going to take a quick break out of the cockpit for a little liquid recycling. So let's go flight plan.
New Zealand 175,
Grab the page, we'll bring it over here.
125, ready. New Zealand 175, cleared to Sydney by Docel Flight Plan Bridge, runway 16, Docel 2 departure.
Oh, are we not able to? Okay, there we are.
10, departure frequency 118, decimal 9er.
Q OK, 1514, IFR and a B-462, weight categories of medium, SB, DFG, RY, pretty sure.
Apologies, New Zealand 175, squawk 7246.
Yep, good. L.
And we'll strike that.
Departure is going to be YMML. Off block 0230. Half an hour from now? Yeah, we can do that. 28,000 feet. Not 280,000. 28. It's hard enough to get up to that altitude in this aircraft. 420 knots. Arriving is YPAD. Alternate is going to be Wuha. En route time of 108 and then 0259 left in the tanks.
Melbourne ground, good evening, United 631 requesting line for clearance to Sydney.
Preferred route that was back on the event page. PBNs of B2C2 D2S2. Performances of Charlie. And remark is just the Twitch live stream link.
United 631 standby number 5.
United 631 standby.
Adventures. Alright, we'll go ahead and file that flight plan. Sounds like they've got a pretty good queue for requesting departures. You'll get the clearances. But I don't want to get in that queue and then get missed in that queue while I'm away from the cockpit.
Jetstar 514, taxi via Alpha to Holden Point Echo, runway 16.
Should I risk it? I think maybe I need to go ahead and get in on the queue and risk it. I'm not going to be that long getting my.
Jetstar 511, give way to the Jetstar A321, passing right to left.
I don't think I'm going to be that long getting my liquid recycling done, so I feel like I want to go ahead and get in the queue for the IFR clearances now and jump out.
Ground New Zealand 175, ready for push and start. New Zealand 175. Ground ticket Tango Bravo is holding short by 170. Tango Bravo, domestic aircraft change frequency to tail autonomously, contact Tower.
Yeah, 28,000. We tried to be Artemis. No, not even close. But no, we would not get. We will struggle to get 1/10 of that in this aircraft.
972,
Alright, I am not going to get in the queue until we get back because I think that'd be disingenuous of me if he's calling me to try and give me clearance and I'm out on a liquid recycling break. So we're going to take a quick break out of the cockpit for the liquid recycling. We'll come back and we'll request our clearance right away, but then we'll go through the prep of the aircraft while we're waiting on that. So hopefully we'll get ahead of the game that way. But we'll take a break first. We'll be back with you in just a few. And we've got lots of flying left to do, so we hope that you'll join us for it here on the Slant Alpha Adventures channel. It's the Friday Night Ops Down Under. in the BAe-146 from JustFlight, and we'll be back to it in just a bit. Please stand by.
Please sending takeoff flight for American 116, face off to departure hour, 525, stroke 3272, departure 118.9, LWK, Bravo 24, 1671.
Corner 671.
Corner 457, holding point Bravo.
Corner 457, Minister from change frequency shell, Corner Blink, and shell 20.5 there.
120.5, good.
You're on 175, give way, jet straight to 21 inch range, the apron, pushback through.
Alright, we'll give way to Death Star in the apron, and we'll push back through to New Zealand 135. Thank you.
Double ground, Captain 613, do you want us on power or just standard prediction?
Over the tower.
Over the tower, Captain 613. Ground corner 671, ready push.
Last station takeoff and end.
Corner 671.
Corner 671, pushback through.
Push through from 671.
All stations awaiting clearance. Contact. Delivery 127, decimal 2, g'day.
Ground to New Zealand 175, pretty protected.
New Zealand 175, taxi by Golf Alpha, Tommy Point Echo, runway 16.
Taxi 16, Golf Alpha, holding point Echo, New Zealand 135. And hello, indeed, 868 on Papa.
Indonesia 68, do you have the apron?
So we'll go ahead and pull into Delta 10 if that's available in the United States.
Indonesia 68, taxi by Papa Tango to Bay Delta 10.
Papa Tango to Papa Bay Delta 10, check.
Ground United 250 with extra push. United 250 standby.
United 250, pushback approved, LE.
Record for push, Telly, down 250.
Alright, we're back with you. Tim Dog says there's a tornado warning at Oklahoma City right now. Okay, really safe. And it looks like we were wise not to try and jump the queue because the clearance delivery controller is now long gone. So we're going to go over to that frequency 127.2, get our clearance sorted out there, and hopefully won't end up in a massive line for that. Alright, let's get over to our flow list. Some information, Victor's still current there.
Ground Parsec 180 clear on Alpha for Qantas Street.
1028 is already set. And we want to be, so 21.7's ground, 20.5 is tower, departure's 18.9er.
190, taxi via Alpha Ultra Tango.
Alpha Ultra Tango, first one in.
And let's, clearance is going to be what? Clearance is going to be 127.2.
Qantas Street, please.
127.2, and then let's see if we can get an educated guess as to which departure. We don't need the RNP. We don't need the arrival. Our route takes us to Pedney, so let's see if there's a SID that goes to Pedney.
Sorry,
yep. Pedney 1. Off of 1-6, so that's what it looks like it's going to be. Pedney 1 to Pedney. Let's just make sure we are still departing.
71, taxi via Cultural.
16 for departures. Okay, yep. So that's what I'm assuming. Pedney 1 to Pedney. And then do we have an indication of what the initial altitude will be? Transition altitude is 10.
Nine 250 taxi via Tango Short Alpha.
Initial climb.
Taxi,
I mean, they might just say climb via the SID, right? Or they might just say maintain 7,000.
Where you want to go? Can you just go around the airport?
So we'll see.
Parsec 190 will be apron 10 down Juliet there. The southern freight apron.
We'll see. It looks like 18.9er.
190 taxi via
That's the departure
Tango
frequency. Departure runway 16. So we need a squawk code
Victor, Juliet,
and an initial altitude.
Melbourne ground, good afternoon.
No, I'm on the ground frequency. I want to be on the clearance frequency over here on COM 1. And let's just verify. Do I have it? Yeah, okay. Melbourne clearance, Key Lake 1514. We are at stand Echo 7, information Victor, IFR clearance to Adelaide.
Chile, 1514, delivery today, State Adelaide 10 to Queensland Route 316, Pedney 1 departure via 65,000, 7236, departure is 118.9.
Alright, Adelaide via flight planned route off of runway 16. We'll maintain 5,000 and 118.9er squawk. I think you said was 7236 for Key Link 1514.
1514, just confirm the Pedney 1 departure at 16.
Yes, I'm sorry. Pedney 1 departure, runway 16, and 7236 is what we think we heard.
Philly 1514, thanks. Please, number again.
Squawk code, we heard 7236, is that correct?
It is correct. Just what's your standard number?
Oh, sorry, Echo 7.
Philly 1514, thanks.
I did give him that. Okay, alright, so we got everything there. And no surprises. Just didn't read it back correct. Again, the clearance is done in a... Ooh, that's a laggy camera move there. Hope everything's okay with the frame rate and everything else. Yeah, CPU numbers look good here. No drop frames. Okay. So hopefully everything's fine with the sim. So yeah, the clearance is just in a very different order here than I'm used to, and I tried to kind of memorize how I'm hopping around my little list to get it in the right order, and I didn't. But we got all the information out, and everything is fine, so let's go ahead and get set up in the machine. Alright, altimeter set and field elevation is 434. So yeah, we're reading just a little bit lower than that where we're sitting, but that's close enough. FMC route. Let's go down here. We're going to go into we'll go in the menu on both sides. On this side, we'll do delete flight plan, enter, and then we're going
to requesting our IFR clearance to Brisbane. The IFR flight plan received Victor.
Jetstar 122.
It's not letting us add anything there.
Brisbane on the non-explained route 316 non-export departure. Flying versus 5000 for 4412 departure. Accommodate decimal.
Yeah, so the autopilot was doing some weird stuff on that first...
Informational Whiskey Squawk 4410, departures on 118.9.
I wonder if I power it off.
Jetstar 122,
Have you tried turning it off and on again?
Shot 22, Jetstar 122.
I wonder if this will help at all.
Station Suburban Information Whiskey is now current wind change 14014 knots, temperature 17381027. Suburban Information Whiskey.
Yeah, the autopilot was doing some strange things on the end of that first flight. Okay, well, it did. It helped. Turn it off and back on again, even in the sim.
Whiskey Stand Charlie 4, request clearance to Sydney.
Let's go to
menu and departure. Departures on 16. It's going to be the
Cleared right Dozel flight plan route Dozel to departure
Pedney 1, 10, enter,
4472 departures on
and we'll put that into the flight plan. So Horsch, Olsen, Limley, and Pedney.
Stand Charlie 4, 462.
Horsch, Olsen, Limley, and then Pedney. We're good. Everything's fine. We'll go to the next page, and then after Pedney, it's H345 and then Drina. So we'll go to a list of airways. That's the only choice. To Drina, 4, enter, and then our destination is YPAD. YPAD. Alright, we'll worry about the arrival plan into Adelaide when we get there, but for right now, let's take it back to Nav. I have no idea where it's trying to navigate us to, but let's go ahead and direct to
Air Canada digital turn is clear
Horsch,
the
enter,
Sydney
and then Olsen is the one after that. Yep, okay, everything's good. So a little bit glitchy there, but we powered the units off and then back on again within the sim, and everything came up back working. So fingers crossed.
127.2 for calling ground 1217 West Air Canada 007. Thank you.
Alright, speaking of ground, we can go ahead back over to the ground frequency. So we got ground, and then tower, and then a departure, 18.9.
United 631, were you there before or after the aircraft just behind you?
Altimeters, field elevation, comm radios, eye for clearance,
Did
route,
you spawn in before or
nav, done.
I spotted before. I spotted
Walk
when there was
7236,
like a United aircraft.
which I think
and the other
is
gate next to me, so I
it's the same squawk we had for the first leg. That's fine though. And we'll put it into transponder mode for now. The initial heading for the bug. Let's make sure. Okay, now we do want it in RNAV mode.
6 ready at hours.
The initial heading, initial altitude is 5,000.
Loaded for 126 again, ready to push on gate 45.
And we'll arm that. Oh, we can't do that until flight directors are on. We'll go ahead and arm that.
Push back approved, gate 126.
Jetstar 532, push back approved.
The initial heading is 160, but we are going to start in LNAV mode.
3957.
Ground,
And we'll have the heading bug set to 160.
I'll make sure to echo.
Walker 3957, do you have a bay preference?
Negative, anything is good.
Walker 3957, taxi via Echo Papa to Bay Charlie 8.
Roger, Echo Papa Bay Charlie 8.
Okay, so the boarding would have been completed. I don't think I did. Yeah, I don't think I started the reboarding. Let's just, we'll just do a, we'll do an instant. That's fine. We'll just say that it would have been done.
Last station, takeoff and only. Air Canada 007. Air Canada 007, pushback approved.
Thank you. Pushback approved, Air Canada 007. And we're going to be pushing back on towards Quebec on Tango.
Okay, boarding complete, and they're going to close up all the doors. We are going to adjust our center of gravity. We'll get the oxygen systems on.
No, 631, I think it looks like the aircraft to respond to. Could I push now again?
United 631, negative, standby.
Seatbelt signs on. Cabin pressure set to 28,000.
631, roger, standby.
Run off Delta 1E Alpha.
Got that done again.
Ice detection on.
Air New Zealand 121, run off.
We'll get the engine anti-icing on just for the startup process. We'll get our TMS. The temperature here, what did we say it was? I think it was 16.
Echo Victor Uniform Hotshot Alpha.
I think the ATIS information updated to whiskey. Let's make sure we grab that real quick. Speaking of whiskey, it's not what's in the cup, but it reminded me. Temp 17, so we'll bump that up a little bit. And then let's see if the QNH changed. $10.27, so we'll adjust that as well. Minor adjustments, but always good to get that done. While we're looking at TMS, we'll go power, takeoff, and we'll do flaps 18 bugs.
Last station. Good Friday one.
What do we say it was? 10.27?
I'm grounded afternoon, Jetstar 122 ready for push and start. Bay, Foxtrot 22.
Okay.
Jetstar 122, standby, break rate, Good Friday 1, taxi to Bay, Delta 7.
Alright. Greetings from the flight deck and welcome aboard QantasLink Flight 1514 service to Adelaide. We are expecting to be pushing back here in the next 9 minutes or so, and the wheels up at 20 till the hour. Flight time once we're airborne 1 hour 8 minutes, and we'll be cruising at 28,000 feet for you. Weather here is fairly favorable. We've got steady winds, moderate winds, with mostly clear skies, and the temperatures hovering right about in the high 60s Fahrenheit, 17 Celsius. We did have a little bit of shifty, gusty wind on the way in, so we might have just a few bumps as we climb through that on the way out, but once we get up to 28,000, we hope to find nice smooth air to cruise for you in up to
negative, but we are going to the next dig terminal.
Do sit back, relax, get the seat belts tightly fastened, and then we will be underway shortly. Thank you again for flying along with us on QantasLink 1514 service to Adelaide.
Bay Charlie 7 via Quebec, and we'll give way to the 8350 Qantas 459.
Let's plan for just a straight pushback. If they want us to face a certain way, we can do that.
462 at Charlie 4, request push and stop.
Well, I mean, I think we can face out of the alley, right?
Qantas 462, standby number 3.
United 250 holding Alpha, remain on.
There's no sense in us pushing and facing into the dead end. So we'll face out of the alley.
Let's
go ahead and request our pushback. We'll get the beacon light on. We'll jump up top. We'll get the pack off. We'll get the rest of the fuel pumps on. And we'll get the start master on. And we'll get the start selector on, but we're not going to start moving until we are sure that we are cleared to push.
Jetstar 126. Taxi via Yankee Alpha Hold Short Golf.
Say again to Jetstar 126, please.
Jetstar 126, taxi via Yankee Alpha Hold Short Golf.
It's the information whiskey now.
Yankee Alpha Hold Short Golf, Jetstar 126.
United 250, after the arrival traffic, cross runway 09, taxi to Holding Point Bravo, runway 16.
Taxi to Holding Point Bravo 16 after the passing traffic, United 260. 250.
Ground, Keeling 1514 off Echo 7. Information whiskey, we're ready to push.
Keeling 1514, standby number 4, break Jetstar 532, taxi to Point Echo, runway 16.
Number
Taxi
4 for push.
Echo, runway 16, Jetstar 532.
Ground, hello, United 840, ready for push and start.
Air New Zealand 121, taxi to Bay Delta 18.
As the Thorx is here. It's the temple of the rocker switches, right? The BAe-146. I love it, though. I love it, though. I fly it often enough at this point. And since I'm only flying 4 different aircraft on the stream, so I fly it often enough at this point that I have a pretty good sense of what's where up top. But yeah, no, it'd be nice. Ergonomically, it'd be nice if the different systems had different shapes to them, just to help you remember what's what. No, I get you completely. Sim Caesar loves to drill that point home on his channel too. But yeah, if you fly it often enough, you get the flows now, just like any other aircraft. It is, however, because the switches all look the same, it is an extremely perishable skill. So if you don't fly it for a while, then all of a sudden it does start to look all like it blends back in together. So point is well taken, and I know Sim Caesar loves to hammer that home on his channel.
Secure.
I like automation, so Airbus is my jam, says Azathrix. Yeah, I'm more of a Boeing guy, generally speaking. So we might be getting our pushback clearance here. By the way, guys, don't lose sight of our slant artwork adventure today. Our slant artwork adventure is just an image that image description we feed into ChatGPT to have it create something that represents what we're doing on that day's stream, and we usually use it as the thumbnail for the YouTube upload later on. So we started off with just a QantasLink, a BAe-146 climbing out over Sydney Harbor, and then we started adding some wild animals to it. So we got some snakes, we got a koala, we got some kangaroo. If you want to get in on that action, you can cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points right there.
255, confirming Charlie.
Right there in the chat panel.
Jetstar 255, standby number 5.
And then that'll put you in the queue.
Yeah, 250 holding Bravo.
And then once I call your name, you can let me know what you would like to do to add to or modify that image. That's the well. I would fly Boeing as well, but my 737-700 series hasn't been released by PMDG. Yeah, I liked. I had the 700 series for flights in 2020, and I didn't mind. I
532 domestic.
I consider it functionally equivalent to the 738. The only difference is size, right? So the difference is the V speeds are a little higher. Other than that, it's the same aircraft as far as I'm concerned. But I'm also not a purist where I fret over details in that. And PMDG is like, if you fret over details in the 737, PMDG is, as you call it, your jam.
Canada 007, taxi by Tango, hold short Papa.
Alright, so they did just move somebody behind us. And we got a New Zealand that's behind us as well. So I don't know if we're waiting on them. Yeah, we can't move yet. We got an aircraft right behind us.
09, taxi via
As the Thork says, it was cheaper when I got it for 2020. Well, that's true, but you know.
Tango, hold short Alpha.
Life in this modern world, man. You gotta suck that up.
Ready for taxi.
Things get more expensive. That's just what happens.
Last station, cycle for Henley.
Canada 631, ready for taxi.
United 631, taxi via Uniform Alpha, hold short Tango.
Canada 631, taxi via Uniform Alpha, hold short Tango.
JetStar 126, can you taxi via Alpha, hold short Uniform?
Can you taxi via Alpha, hold short Uniform, JetStar 126.
Alright, so I think it was that United right behind us that just got taxi clearance. So hopefully once he moves... We will be next in line, although I do think that Air New Zealand is waiting to go as well, so we'll see. Alright, United's rolling. I'm cheating, I'm looking at the ground map here. So here's United 631, he's rolling, here's us. I believe this guy might be waiting for a clearance to push as well, so we'll see. We'll see what happens.
43830, taxi via Victor,
Our
hold short Alpha.
planned push time was now. So, you know, we're pretty much on schedule here.
709,
and I think I had planned for a 15-minute taxi out, just assuming there was going to be some traffic. So we're not expecting to be wheels up until quarter till the hour. But we'll see. I mean, if we end up beyond that because of ground delays, it's part of a Friday Night Ops event, man. That's just how it works. Talk about things get more expensive? Well, guess what? Friday Night Ops have delays sometimes.
Air Canada 007, have you missed taking Tango to the left?
Apparently.
Oh, sorry, I thought I was supposed to taxi on Tango.
I mean, ground, or come on, are you asking me or telling me?
Air Canada 007. Air Canada 007, ace, but are you able to turn left onto Tango if you've gone too far?
Yeah, I could do that. Air Canada 07.
Air Canada 007, taxi by Tango, hold short Alpha.
Taxi by Tango, hold short Alpha, Air Canada 07.
Right, JetStar 972, request taxi.
JetStar 126, taxi to holding point Echo, runway 16. JetStar 126, taxi to holding point Echo, runway 16.
Taxi to holding point Echo, runway 16, JetStar 126.
Northwest taxi to JetStar 122.
November 737, Mike, set spot, Golf 58 with Whiskey. I'd like to push back.
November 737, Mike, standby number 5, break. MSFS 709, taxi via Victor Juliet to Bay Hotel 3.
Victor Juliet to Hotel.
Taxi for JetStar 122. 43830, continue taxi via Uniform to Bay Echo 1.
Bay Echo 1 via Uniform, 43830.
JetStar 122, I heard you the first time, taxi by Yankee Alpha, hold short Uniform.
Yankee Alpha, hold short, uniform Delta 122.
Just a little bit of a nicer view. You can kind of see what's going on while we're waiting.
Jetstar 122, confirm 4412.
Ooh, nice departure going on there.
Sorry, repeat for Jetstar 122.
Jetstar 122, confirm
Some big old heavy over there.
4412 should be in now, Jetstar 122.
250.
Velocity 5 Sierra, space reference.
Any Delta service report? Back on the scale.
Velocity 5 Sierra, taxi by Alpha
Fly Alpha Hotel Yankee. Close to power left.
And I took your one.
Canada 007, you're instructed hold short at Alpha. Continue taxi by Alpha, hold short runway 09.
Air Canada, come on, man.
Alpha, hold short runway 09, and Alpha is Air Canada 37.
United 631, holding short tango.
Dang it,
JetBlue. You're not holding short tango, you lost tango. Taxi 56, hold short echo.
My apologies, taxi via Victor, hold short. Could you repeat that one?
United 631, taxi by Victor, hold short echo.
Taxi via Victor, hold short echo, United 631.
Could get about 122 to get a confirmation of the taxi curve.
Jetstar 122, taxi by Yankee Alpha, hold short uniform.
Yankee Alpha, hold short uniform, thanks for that, Jetstar 122.
United
back in.
631, taxi, holding point echo, runway 16.
United 631, could you repeat that one more time? My apologies.
9631, taxi, holding point echo, runway 16.
Taxi echo 116, yes.
Boy, our tug crew is kind of pissed. It's been sitting there hooked up to the plane going, come on, man.
Quarter 462.
Call when you're ready.
Just request any tear in the push. Air Canada 007. Apologies. Air Canada 007, cross runway 16. Correction, cross runway 09, taxi 1 point Bravo, runway 16. Cross runway 09, taxi via Alpha and horse short 16 on Bravo, Air Canada 007.
Bravo Alpha Sierra, short of Yankee.
So he was holding Air Canada here until this plane was assured to be vacating.
To Bay Delta 16 via Alpha, velocity 5 Alpha Sierra.
Ground Air Chef 943 Heavy is on Victor, looking for Delta 18.
Last station, Bay Delta 18.
Ground, just 972, request taxi.
Jetstar 972, taxi by Golf, hold short Alpha.
Golf, hold short Alpha, Jetstar 972.
Jetstar 122, taxi by Alpha, hold short runway 09.
Taxi there, Alpha, hold short 09, Jetstar 122.
Okay, so he is working traffic.
31, hold position.
61 holding position.
9631, where are you going? You're told to taxi to holding point echo.
631, my apologies. What would you like me to do?
He is working traffic up this way to the departure queue. The departure queue is up here for 16.
631,
And I think this Jetstar finally got his clearance to join the line. Of course, he's having
126 holding short, runway
this guy who's trying to cross here. This is an arrival, and then this guy just got confused as to what his taxi instructions were.
23.5, Jetstar 126.
So he's having a lot of trouble with folks who aren't understanding their taxi instructions. I don't know. I got my taxi instructions a little messed up on the way in here as well. So I don't know if it's something about the way he's given them, or if something about the scenery is confusing. But a number of us are getting confused with our taxi instructions.
Victor Tango to Delta 20 on Meridius 943 heavy.
Is that 840, any update on the pushback?
No, 840 negative.
Hey, ground, it's also 5 up here. I've got a Singapore A350 rolling through my gate.
Airport 160 Lima, Papa.
Should be 6 now.
Yep, thank you.
Last station taken.
Airport 160 Lima, Papa.
So this United up here is in the push queue as well, and I can't remember whether he was before us or after us, but he's also waiting to hear back on a push. Now, they don't have a departure queue. They've only got one aircraft up there waiting to depart, so I'm not sure if they're holding aircraft to push.
BAe-1 request start.
So I don't know if they're holding aircraft to push.
Aircraft requesting start. Side approval is not required. Other aircraft taken.
Melbourne ground, Qantas 444 request push from Bravo 22.
Yeah, he's got a number of folks waiting to push, us included.
Qantas 444, stand by number 6.
That queue's now 6 deep. I'm not sure where we are in it, but this United is also in that queue.
The Bravo 23, ready for push and start. Jetstar 122, cross runway 09, taxi to holding point Bravo, runway 16.
Okay, so he is continuing to push traffic up to the north.
09, taxi to Bravo, holding point, Jetstar 122. Qantas 462, pushback approved.
Okay, that's this one here.
Melbourne ground, Singapore 208, ready for push and start.
Singapore 208, stand by number 6.
Number 6.
Q-Link 1514, pushback approved.
Push approved, Q-Link 1514. Alright, there we go.
Ground just 2323 at the Bravo 23, ready for push and start. Jetstar 2323, standby number 7.
Oh.
Number 7, 23 right there.
There we go.
Ground, Walker 3957, Charlie 12, ready for push and start.
Walker 3957, standby number 7.
Number 7, Walker 3957.
Alright, so we got number 4 is roaring up to life. When 2% gets in, we'll pull the throttle out of cutoff.
Jetstar 255, pushback approved. Jetstar 255, pushback approved.
Jetstar 255, pushback approved.
My ground number 737, Mike, update up push. Last station, say again. November 737, Mike, G58, update up push. November 737, Mike, stand by 4 minutes. Not a problem, 737, Mike.
Okay. 2% in, coming out of cutoff. Parking brake back on. Done.
Jetstar 523, stand by.
Bravo, Cessna 9972, holding short Alpha.
Okay, once it gets through 10, we'll jump up top and start from number 2.
Cessna 9972.
Jetstar 972, taxi via Alpha, 10 point Echo, runway 16.
Taxi via Alpha, holding for Echo, runway 16, Jetstar 972.
Ground, hello, American 317, clear runway 9 on Papa, gonna gate, Charlie 6.
American 317, taxi to Bay Charlie 6.
Taxi to Bay Charlie 6, American 317.
Melbourne ground, very good evening, velocity 682, Stang Echo 6, request push and start.
Velocity 682, standby number 8.
Number
Stand
8
Echo
to push.
6, velocity 682.
Velocity 682, standby number 8.
Everybody getting ready to get out of Melbourne. Melbourne.
255, taxi via Yankee Alpha, 1 point Echo, runway 16.
Taxi via Yankee Alpha, holding point Echo.
Ground 1609, come pop off runway 09. We're going any place straight ahead. Bravo 25 would be great.
November 737, Mike, pushback approved.
737, Mike.
Qantas 609, taxi to Bay Charlie 4.
Okay.
Alright, Bay Charlie 4, Qantas 609.
Actually, I changed that. Qantas 609, taxi to Bay Charlie 8.
Alright, Charlie 8.
Alright, orange lights are off. Start selector, start master. Engine anti-icing. Gen's on. Screen and probe heat on. Packs on. Up top we go AC and PTU and hydraulic pumps on. I think I got everything. Flaps 18 set. We're going to check the control surfaces. Ailerons have gauges. Everything else we'll check. Somebody outside will check on them for us. Okay, master warning knob in.
Charlie 11.
Parking brake off.
Qantas 625, standby number 8.
Qantas 462.
Brake fans, okay. Now we're good with brake fans being on. Let's check configuration. Passed.
Qantas 462 gives way to the company 737, entering the apron. Taxi via Tango Hold Short Alpha.
Way to company 73, taxi via Tango Hold Short Alpha, Qantas 462.
Ground Keeling 1514 off Echo 7 with whiskey. We're ready to taxi.
Keeling 1540, 14, taxi via Uniform Alpha to 1 point Echo, runway 16.
16, Uniform Alpha, holding point Echo, Keeling 1514. So come straight out.
Voyager 341 Bay 1, information to whiskey, request taxi.
Voyager 341, taxi via Whiskey Alpha, hold short Juliet.
Okay, so uniform straight out to Alpha, Alpha right turn, and then hold short Echo. So our next right turn is going to be Alpha, and then we're going to make sure we hold short Echo.
1 point Echo, runway 16.
Hold for Echo, runway 972.
Okay.
Melbourne ground, FedEx 14, Charlie requesting taxi.
Weather radars on. Bet Davis here. Says I'm here very late. Sure, I missed a lot. Well, busy Friday night ops. Downunder. Crikey. They've been pretty good. We got a little bit of a delay getting off the stand here just now in Melbourne. Wheels up time was originally planned to be now. We're a little bit late, but not too bad. We're on the roll.
United 840, pushback approved.
Push approved, United 840.
And we are holding short of Echo.
Mobile ground, Qantas 625 heavy.
Q-Link 1514, hold short Echo.
Short of Echo, yeah, Q-Link 1514.
FedEx 14 Charlie, taxi via Echo Victor Juliet to Bay Hotel 2.
Taxi via Echo Victor Juliet, Bay Hotel 2, FedEx 14 Charlie.
Melbourne ground, November 737 Mike, ready to taxi runway 16 for departure.
November 737 Mike, taxi via Alpha Hold Short Tango.
Alpha Hold Short Tango 737 Mike.
Q-Link 1514, taxi to Holding Point Echo, runway 16.
Holding Point Echo, runway 16, Q-Link 1514.
JetStar 255, follow the Qantas link ahead of you, Holding Point Echo, runway 16.
Velocity 682, do you know how long is the expected wait time for push and stop?
Velocity 682, at least 10 minutes, break. Qantas 462, give way to the JetStar A320, taxi to Holding Point Echo, runway 16. Last station, readability 0, KOA only.
Okay, so Holding Point Echo.
Qantas 462, ready to check.
Qantas 462.
Qantas
Okay,
462,
I
taxi
see.
via,
Holding Point Echo.
give way to the JetStar A320, holding short, runway 16.
Qantas 462, taxi via Alpha to Holding Point Echo, runway 16.
Taxi via Alpha, taxi via Alpha, Holding Point Echo, runway 16, Qantas 462.
JetStar 329.
JetStar 329, we are holding short Echo.
So I'm Alpha short of Echo.
329, you just taxied halfway down Echo, you can't do that without clearance hold position.
Hold position, JetStar 329.
JetStar 329, do you have say?
Yeah, just requesting all the way down to the JetStar.
JetStar 329, taxi left on Sierra, right on Tango, hold short Alpha.
Left Sierra, right Tango, short Alpha, JetStar 329.
All stations, information X-rays now current, changes wind 150 degrees, 16 knots, temperature 18. A321 reported moderate undershoot wind shear 2 north miles, final runway 09. Changes Melbourne terminal information X-ray.
Yeah, those are standard taxi routes. Ground Q-Link 1514 with a question.
Q-Link 1514.
Yeah, I'm not seeing a Holding Point Echo. I'm Alpha short of Echo. Where do I need to be?
Q-Link 1514, turn left onto Echo, and that'll be your intersection departure for runway 16.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Left on the Echo, and then we'll hold short there. Q-Link 1514. Okay, that makes more sense. I didn't realize they were doing intersections, but they just phrased that differently here, so now I've got it.
Conga line to Echo, runway 16, 737 Mike.
Noted, 840 ready for taxi.
Okay.
Hello, JetStar 281, cleared the runway 09.
So I got the taxi light off.
972, still with me?
Paper.
JetStar 972, domestic aircraft can change frequency to tower autonomously. Contact tower 120.5, good day.
120.5,
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Jetstar 281, taxi by Tango, hold short Alpha.
That's what I thought, so we'll go over to tower as well, since we're now going to be first in line for the departure runway. We'll go ahead and give our...
Jetstar 972, runway 16, cleared for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, runway 16, 972.
Okay. 459, vacate. You back if you can, contact ground 121.7.
Vacating that queue, over to ground, 459.
Alright, so we are number 1. Cabin crew will have called clear.
On 459, that's fine. If you want to take bump bar, contact ground 121.7.
Get our continuous ignition on.
121, runway 09, cleared to land, winds 15016 knots.
When we take the runway, we'll get strobes on. When we get takeoff clearance, we'll get landing lights and turn off lights on. So it looks like we're going to be airborne just about 10 minutes after originally planned. That's not too bad.
Melbourne Tower 737 Lake is with you at sequence for departure, runway 16 set Echo.
November 737 Mike, Melbourne Tower.
Melbourne Tower, Qantas 462, holding short Echo 16, number 3.
Qantas 460, Melbourne Tower.
Link 1514, we're monitoring also.
Link 1514, line up right, runway 16.
Runway 16 at Echo, line up and wait. Link 1514.
972, runway, correction, just 972, taxi departure.
We got the raid coming in. Cross Hyperu hitting us with the raid. Knew that you were flying this event as well. Hope all went well for you.
Melbourne Tower, static 121, going with you to share.
Oh, yeah.
Static 121, published, misapproach.
Had to go around there. So we got our strobes on. We're waiting to put our forward-facing lights on until we're given takeoff clearance. Ton of fun as always. Yeah, this is a great event. These are fun controllers to work with.
Qantas 003, RNC 09er.
FedEx 121, maintain runway heading, climb 6000.
Climb 6000, maintain runway heading, FedEx 121.
Now with that go around, we might get a little bit of a delay on the runway here. The departure controller typically, at least in the U.S., I don't know if it works the same way here, but on a go around, the departure controller then has to let the local controllers know, yes, I'm ready to accept some more departures.
FedEx 121, contact Melbourne approach 132.0.
132.0, FedEx 121.
18.9 still our departure frequency.
Last session in there, second.
Okay, so we'll switch to COM 1 for departure.
003, short final, RNC 09er.
Qantas 003, runway 09, cleared to land.
Okay, and this is pilot nav, fly over Horsh, and then right to Olsen.
Link 1514, runway 16, cleared for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff 16, Keeling 1514. Alright, spin the engines up, no warnings, no vibrations. Forward facing lights on.
Tower, Qantas 443 with you, RNC
TMS sensitive.
Take off
Speed
power.
alive, both sides.
Coming at you, we'll push the yoke forward a little bit, keep the nose wheel pinned to the runway until we get 80 knot call. Okay, we can release that.
Just on 255, line up and wait runway 16.
Power set, flex achieved.
gear up. We'll pitch to hold the bubble speed till the 1,000 mark. Okay, there's 1,000. We can go ahead and get the nose lowered. Max continuous. Try and capture about a 1,000 foot climb if I can.
VFTO, safe height speed, select flaps.
Flaps are coming in. That's going to require us to pitch up to compensate.
Like 1514, contact departure.
On the departure queue in 1514.
Cross.
Jetstar 972, contact Melbourne Central 132, David 46, good day. 132, good day.
Departure queue like 1514, it's 3,400 going to 5,000.
Q like 1514, Melbourne departures identified, flying by this flight level 240.
By the SID up to 240, queue like 1514. Hand flying and not doing a real good job of it. Kind of wide on the turn, and we're fast on the speed. We got to get the nose up, get the speed back to 250 knots. We'll get an intercept angle going in on the course here. Get some trim up so I don't have to hold the yoke so close to my lap. There we go. Okay, so now I think I've got the plane flying the LNAV departure for us, and should be pitched to maintain the 250 now. We are through 10,000 now. We can get the landing lights and turn off lights off. Do a cabin pressure check, pressurization. Yeah, the cabin altitude's 2,000, climbing at a normal rate differential. Pressure's about a third of the way up. We can go up to top and get the engine air on. APU air off. APU off. And pump PTU.
Q-Link 1514, contact Melbourne Central 132, decimal 6, good day.
32.6, Q-Link 1514, we'll see you.
Flight level 130.
Descent to flight level 130, Jetstar 441.
Station inbound to Melbourne, information Yankee is now current. The only change, significant weather, A321 and 777 reported undershoot wind shear on a 2 nautical mile final, runway 09er, information Yankee.
Melbourne Center Q-Link 1514 is 140 going to 240.
Healing 1514, double center, climb to flight level 280.
Flight level 280, Keeling 1514. Yeah, I did forget to switch to standard. I think that was through 10,000. I was supposed to do that.
2124, contact me on 132, decimal 6. G'day.
So 280, and make them all standard now.
Contact you 132 decimal 36, 2124.
132, decimal 6.
Okay. So the switch to standard happens a little earlier here because we were supposed to do that at 10,000. Other than that, at 18,000, we'll still do a pressurization check. We're still climbing at 250, and we still appear to be on course, so all is good. And sorry I didn't give a more proper hello to Cross Hyperu and everybody that came over from the Cross raid. Hope that y'all did have a good one. Yeah, he said it was a ton of fun as always. They are a great bunch to work with down here. Just kind of caught me at a critical moment there, but apologize for that. Guys, we also have our slant artwork adventure underway. Our slant artwork adventure, just an image that we throw into, image description that we throw into ChatGPT at the beginning of the stream to have it generate something that's roughly representative of what we're up to. And then you guys can then cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the alphabet points at the bottom of the chat panel, to get in the queue to modify or add to that image. Our slant artwork adventure for right now is a QantasLink 7th, the BAe-146 climbing out over Sydney Harbor. We got some snakes on a plane, we got a koala, and we got a kangaroo there. So if you want to add to that image or modify it somehow, you can cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, and then just let me know what you'd like to do to that. That's our Slants artwork adventure. We are up through 18,000. Again, we've already changed to standard because our transition is different here than it is in the States and in North America, but we still want to do our cabin pressure check. The cabin altitude is 4,000, still climbing at a normal rate, and the differential pressure is about 2/3 of the way up here. We'll check it again once we get fully up to cruise.
JustFlight 441, stand by for around 9,000, QNH 1027.
December started 9,000, QNH 1027, JustFlight 441.
Alright. I think we are done with pretty much everything here. So I'm going to unpin everything at Melbourne. I don't think I even actually put the second flight in, so let's go back to flights, unload, let's do a new flight, Melbourne, add the route, destination will be Adelaide, add the route. At this point though, I don't need any of the Melbourne charts. What I need is take the airport diagram in Adelaide, take a peek at that as well. And our route ends at the point, well, hold on, what's...
2124.
What is our route?
Still climbing, flight level 390.
Ends at the point Drina.
Okay, do you want a different level?
You gotta let them know that, dude.
15320.
Okay, so our route ends at Drina, so let's see if we go to the star charts here. If there's something that comes off of Drina. Yeah, we got Drina 1 Alpha, Drina 1 Victor probably has...
330 or 310.
Yeah, so 1 Alpha and 1 Zulu is to runway 23. 1 Victor is to runway 23. I guess we're arriving on runway 23.
310.
Well, we'll check. Meantime, we are 5,000 to our cruise altitude here. Not technically in range of the ATIS, but we can kind of cheat and get a sneak preview here. YPAD_ATIS. I mean, you just follow the same format as the rest of them. And if it's up there, you pull it up. Information Alpha. Oh, it's 5 and 12 for arrivals. Ooh, warm one down there. Temps 26. Mostly clear skies. 5 and 12 for arrivals. Interesting. Well, our stars. I don't have a star. And what's the length on runway 5, by the way? Well, it looks like 5 is the longer one. 12 is the shorter crossing one. What's the distance? 5,400. Okay, we can technically do it. We can make that work. I expect runway 5 though, but I don't see. The only arrivals I've got from Drina. You know, they say they're runway 23. Now I don't know what that means in terms of. Yeah, Atmar, so that comes from a different direction.
Tango Bravo, call approach 18842, g'day.
Approach 18842, g'day.
So I don't know how that works then. If there isn't a star. I guess it's just vectored then, I don't know.
Melbourne Center, just start 766 back up.
I mean, if we go to approaches.
Just 766.
You know, ILS is to 23, but they do have an RMP to runway 5. Yeah, it just looks like they're just not set up to land on runway 5 very often. So we'll have to see how this works. This is going to be interesting if they are in a weather situation that means they're in a arrival flow that they don't use very often. So we'll have to see how that goes.
Test 5718, when ready, descend to flight level 250. Cap 5766. Confirm you're climbing to flight level 340.
It also doesn't look like there's a lot of traffic headed that
We'll
way.
climb up 340, test star 766. I saw that last clear down to 330.
Looks like it looks like Sydney is getting bum rushed, and Adelaide is getting, you know, it's the red-headed stepchild out here. So I have a feeling that we're going to have pretty easy arrival. Doesn't seem like we're competing with a lot of aircraft coming in. Okay, well, all for the best then. getting up to cruise here. Now, we had some problems with altitude capture on the end of the first leg. That was after a go-around, though. So I wonder if the fact that we had that go-around kind of screwed up our autopilot. It seems like so far everything is fine
Left to Adelaide, information Bravo.
with the autopilot. Should be watching, I was going to say, I should be watching it switch over to altitude capture. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to rebug, Mach 0.71 there. And then as the speed comes up, we'll kick it into just to lower the throttles to keep the 857 here. But as the speed comes up, we'll kick it over into cruise power. I think we had last done, looks like 690 in terms of the thrust.
Back to Melbourne, information November is now current.
Okay, they just updated Adelaide. We're not technically in range for it yet, but we'll pull it again.
Climb 740, call center 133.15, expect start.
3315, 740 go.
So it looks like the wind is possibly predicted to shift. So they might be flipping it around to runway 23. But we'll see what happens. I think we'll play this from by ear, guys. It doesn't seem like it's going to be a very busy airspace. We'll just go ahead and play it by ear when it happens. Let's kick it into cruise power and let's give an update to our fine folks sitting in the back. Alright, and let's take a peek at what's happening with the speed. Okay, it's still coming up slightly, so that's good. We'll monitor that. If we have to kick it up from 690 to something higher, we'll do that.
718, descend to flight level 130.
Greetings from the flight deck with an update. We've reached our cruise altitude of 28,000 feet. We've turned off the fasten seatbelt signs. We did get airborne just about 10 minutes late, but we don't expect any traffic delays getting into Adelaide, so hopefully we'll be able to make up a little bit of time for you. The cabin crew is going to come around with a fine selection of Red Bull products, pie floaters, and frog cakes with some Victoria Bitter. So sit back, relax, and enjoy, and we'll give you an update on the weather situation in Adelaide once we start our descent there. So thanks again for flying along with us on QantasLink Flight 1514, service to Adelaide. I have no idea what those things are. They sound gross, but what the heck ever, man. Yeah, so since this latest ATIS update, runways 5 and 12 for arrival, runways 5 for departure. But from time 317 Zulu, expect 23 and 12 for arrival. Wind will be variable between 360 and 070 at 8. Currently the wind is 040, variable from 040 to 100 at 7.
That's about that time, but 28, about 100 miles from now.
So 0317, that would be now, right? That'd be like a minute from now. So I guess that means they're just about to flip the airport in the opposite direction. Now this is funny. I noticed this earlier with Sydney. Sydney and Melbourne and Adelaide, all of them have 120.5 as a tower frequency and 121.7 as a ground frequency. Very interesting the way they do that with their major airports kind of scattered throughout the region, but they've all got 20.5 and 21.7. So we're set to go on COM 2 to talk to our locals because we just left it that way all night. It's a fun way that they do that. The speed's still creeping up a little bit. I might have to kick it from 690 down to 680 just to make sure we don't overspeed here. I mean, we can adjust the bug to say that we're centered on the speed we want to be at. We've still got a little bit of headway before we're at the overspeed mark, but we can't let it creep up too much more here. I haven't even really checked to see if there's anything critical here. Nothing work related, so. Hold on, guys. I have to check my silly puppy memes. Give me a moment.
Velocity 213, contact center on 133.15, expect star.
I'll tell you what, so this will be the second year running that I've done the BAe-146 for this event.
Velocity 417, contact center 133.
Now last year, obviously, we were still on flights in 2020, so this will be the first year doing it in flights in 2024 in the BAe-146, so it'll be slightly updated from last year. Although we were using the UNS-1 by this point. Last year when the event came around. But I'm thinking for next year, I think I definitely want to try it in the Learjet.
Just 0718, unreadable.
Yes, 078, how do you read?
Reading you 3x5.
Yes, 018, Roger, we just descend 9,000.
Oh, goodness. A little bit of a late night for me. We got the stream started a half an hour late. And the funny thing was, so the FNO Downunder, so they published the event times as midnight Zulu to 0400 Zulu. It's 8 p.m. to midnight U.S. Eastern Time. So a little bit later, an hour later than we're ordinarily used to being with our Friday Night Ops events. Typically, Friday Night Ops are 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. Eastern. The exception tends to be when they run a West Coast stop. 7 p.m. Eastern is 4 p.m. Pacific. So if people are still getting home from work and school and they got to jump on a control at 4, that's a little difficult. So those West Coast U.S. Friday Night Ops events tend to go off 8 p.m. Eastern Time to midnight Eastern Time. Now this is 8 p.m. Eastern Time to midnight Eastern Time, and these controllers, it's not a guarantee that they all live in the area that they control in, although there's a very strong correlation, and you can tell by the accents that many of them probably do live at least somewhere in the east of Australia. Maybe some of them in Western Australia, I don't know, but many of them are continentals, I would imagine, just based on what I'm hearing. Again, not a 100% correlation, but a pretty strong one. So they're plus 11. They're 15 hours ahead of us. So 8 p.m. Eastern time is 11 a.m. Eastern Australia time. So I was like, all right, well, since the coverage isn't going to start till 8, I'll start the stream at 7:30. And that way, once we power up the plane, give an intro as to what's going on, power up the plane, get ready. By the time we're ready to request our clearance, then it'll be 8 o'clock, and we'll be ready to, to get that requested and then get underway. Wheels up by about the bottom of the hour, by about 7:30. Well, or by about 8:30 rather. Well, when I jumped on to start prepping, the whole continent of Australia was already covered. I guess maybe not every single position, but at least all throughout the eastern part of Australia and down here in the southeastern, like basically this, what they call the J, right? Pretty much the whole J was covered already. And I was like, oh no, am I missing it? Then I looked at the number of aircraft that were involved in it, and it was minimal. It was not too many aircraft. So I was like, okay, this is just like the guys who woke up early and decided to jump on. And there was 4 aircraft at Sydney. There was 2 at Melbourne. I don't think there were any at Adelaide at that point. So I was like, oh. Like if I had known that they were going to be there, I would have just started my stream at my normal time. But it's okay. Like I said, it's a little bit later than I would have ordinarily been up. But it's fine. We're not going to be too much longer. This is the traffic situation coming into Adelaide.
Mahalo 1, Melbourne Center, climb to flight level 330. Flight level 330.
We got 1 arrival that's already down. We got 1 departure that just checked in. We just heard him. Oh, I know who that is, by the way. We know this guy. I won't spoil it. But we know that guy. Yeah, but other than that, everybody's bum rushing Sydney. Well, we started the night in Sydney, so we're not going to go back there. We'll go to Adelaide. So it's kind of nice that we're not going to have any traffic delays there, but it would be nice to have some other traffic there. So, oh well. We chose poorly, I suppose.
Star 766, Star clearance available.
Sorry, I thought you said just Star 776. Sagan, start
okay, so Adelaide's got its...
Chester 766, Catwheel 1 Alpha arrival, runway 23. Maintain flight
Yeah,
level
so it is still
34.
Charlie. Nothing's changed. However, we're now past 317, so that I assume means that they're going to be landing 2-3. In which case, we would be on one of the regular Drino stars. Drina stars. 1 Alpha, 1 Zulu. What's the difference here? So 1 Alpha and 1 Zulu bring us to this point in Virat. 1 Victor. Bring us in tighter. This brings you in tighter to Mopri. So if that's what we end up doing, let's just see.
Okay, Council 1 Alpha arrival runway 23 will maintain split level 340 just our 7.
Virat and Mopri, they're on the same thing. So basically it's... And these are really close to each other. There's not a lot of difference. Struggling to see what the difference is. Looks like the minimums here are slightly lower. ILS 270, 2.2 and 0.7. 270, but at 3.0 and 1.5.
Jetstar 0718, call approach 1320. Good day.
Jetstar 078, say again, please.
Yeah, these two procedures, I am really struggling with the differences. Negligible. It has to do with these points inside of the final approach phase.
Qantas 1224, call center 133.415, expect star. 133.15, Qantas 294, expect star. Qantas Niner, uniform Papa, call center 133.15, expect star. 133.15, Qantas uniform Papa.
Yeah, the difference is really negligible. It's got to be some very fine point in terms of what equipment you have up here in these notes, but I'm really DME or GNS. Local only DME. So this basically lets you do the loc only if you have DME. This means you have to have DME or GNS for the ILS or the loc only. That's the only difference I can really see, and that just changes a little bit about the final approach inside the FAF here. The reference points are a little closer in.
So 23237, good day, contact all 390.
Which is weird because you'd think the opposite. For a loc only, GNSS is not required, but the reference points are a little closer in. So yeah, there's something really technically, some technical nuance in terms of the equipment required that I am just it's over my head. These are almost identical from a sim standpoint. These are essentially identical.
Center Voyager 3 S41 request climb level 450.
Voyager 341 climb level 450.
Climb level 450 Voyager 341.
Where's Stu heading now?
The 462, connect center 133.15, expect star.
You got set on the neck on 462.
The 462, connect center 133.15, expect star.
Contact center 133.15, expect star, Qantas 462.
Yeah, I'm not sure which one of these is Stu.
It's 255, connect center 133.15. So Jetstar 255.
Oh, he's heading back up to Sydney, as is most everyone.
143.5, Jetstar 255. Have a good night. Decimal 15. Decimal 15.
Alright, so I think our revised ETA is 8 minutes after. Because we got airborne about 15 minutes after we anticipated.
SA 1999 center. Transmission unreadable.
Well, let's see if they've updated the ATIS information.
Unreadable. November 37 light contact center 133.15, expect star.
133.15, 737 Mike, good day, sir.
Yeah, it's the same exact information, so
Center Bahama 1 heavy.
5 and 12 for arrivals, but then this one still says from 317 on, expect 2, 3, and 12 for arrivals.
Roger.
And I assume that is now, right? It's now 0332. Zulu. We'll find out soon enough. I have not plugged anything.
Hello,
I have not plugged anything in the box in terms of what our arrival plan is.
So 522, that's G'day, climb flight level 370. There for that 522. That's Star Fox 23, say again. That's Star Fox 22, climb flight level 370. Thank you, climb level 370, that's Star Fox.
Yeah, we should be hearing something any minute, I would think.
What's the 844 December, star 9000, QH1026.
Descend 9000, QH1026, velocity 844.
So, yeah. So, as I kind of figured out, so the ILS, Yankee or Zulu, pretty much identical. I mean, obviously not identical, or else there wouldn't be separate procedures. But very close to being identical. And as far as I can tell, the Drina, 1 Alpha and 1 Zulu brings you in out here at VRAD. The 1 Victor brings you in just tighter, brings you in closer, so you don't have to go as far out. So with a lower traffic situation, I bet you it's going to be 1 Victor and then the ILS of our choice to runway 23.
And the center, Mahalo 1 back with you. Mahalo 1.
Felix 1514, are you here?
Afer?
Felix 1514, contact me 12305, expect star.
2305, and we'll expect our star, Keelink 1514. Melbourne Center, Keelink 1514 to 280.
Felix 1514, clear inside 1 Zulu arrival, runway 05, flight level 280.
Okay, I'm sorry, which star was it going to be?
X1514, the Intog 1 Zulu, runway 05.
Okay, Intog 1 Zulu to runway 5, and we'll maintain 280 for now. Keelink 1514. Okay, so there we go. That's what I had missed before. Oh, now see, that doesn't come off of... Oh, it doesn't come off of Drino. Drina. Oh, they changed us up. It does come off of Mavto, though. So they switched us up. Alright, I get it now.
What's the 844 contact? Approach 132, sorry, 132.0.
132.0, block the 844, next to out there.
Alright, I'm going to put it into heading mode.
133.15, expect start. 133.15,
and let's go to our flight plan. Let's go to arrivals. It is going to be runway 5, which is option 1.
Sorry, who are you?
Tag 1 Zulu, which is 13. From Navto, enter. I'm going to say Zulu for now. Peg 2, yeah. Put all that into the flight plan. And then let's see where we are nav-wise next.
Hello, 1 contact me, 132.6.
We're almost direct to nav. We're going to need direct to nav to Navto.
Center Mahalo 1, flight level 270, climbing 330.
Another one. 5142, stand by star.
No, we didn't do direct in talk.
Stand by the star 1026, power couple 14.
Delta U62, very good evening, reaching level 240 inbound Delta.
2682, send ticket A, flight level 350.
5 level 350, velocity 682.
Okay, we got it. So we missed the turn slightly. Well, we are now direct to INTOG.
15, 14, when ready to send flight level 130.
Flight level 130 when ready. Q-link 1514.
Velocity 682, any chance looking climb level 380?
And then let's just look at the approaches to runway 5 here. I think I put in the...
unavailable direction of travel with you, 370.
370 works, velocity.
I put in the Zulu, and that's going to be good enough.
682, climb flight level 370.
Climb 370, velocity 682, thank you.
1496, identified, verify level.
Alright, so let's go with our VNAV information. Let's put our nav information over here. VNAV information over here. And we want to be pegged to at 3,000. And we got a little ways to go for top of descent, but not too far. Q-link 5014. I'm sorry, confirm 130 was the assignment?
Hey, sir.
Thank you. Continuous ignition is left on. Whoops. Alright, 13 miles from top of descent. We'll go ahead and turn the...
Club 142, contact approach 132.0.
fasten seatbelt signs on. Looks like we're already doing pretty close to 280.
Logan Thunder, 34208, back to the cockpit.
So there's 280. Let's arm that. Capture the indicated airspeed.
133.15, expect start.
133.15, we'll expect start, over 357.
Nope, down. Alright, and once it's descending at 1800 feet per minute. Okay, and then the other thing we can do is set our pressurization for our landing altitude. Landing altitude is 20 feet, so we'll come up here, we'll set basically sea level. let's see how we're doing. We need to be descending at 1,800 feet per minute, and we're pretty much right on that, so we're good there. Alright, let's start dialing in the parameters for this approach, friends. I put in the Zulu. I expect it's kind of the same thing where they're all functionally equivalent. Yeah, the Zulu has that transition from peg 2, which is looks like it's going to work for us. That's got a DME arc to peg 2. This has just a leg to peg 2. So this seems like it's going to work the easiest off of this arrival anyway. The star, by the way, was neither of the Drinas. It was this Intod 1 Zulu. So that's what we're on now. Coming down to this point, peg 2, and then peg 2, we're right on the approach. And then airport, we're landing on runway 5. We're going to roll it long and turn off left. If we go missed, it's straight out 3,800. So there's no missed approach nav aid to tune in. So it's just going to be the nav aid for the approach, for the main approach itself. RMP Zulu? No, oh yeah, it is RMP Zulu. So yeah, it's not the ILS is for 2-3. This way it is the RMP Zulu, so there is no nav aid to tune in. It's going to be peg 2 PADSI and PAD SF, and PADSI 3000 PAD SF at 1580. So there's no approach course, missed approach course to tune.
Melbourne Center, g'day. Velocity
straight in
is passing flight level 170.
is going to be minimums are going to be 450. I'm going to pad that and set. It looks like it's a fairly flat area, so I'm going to set 550 here, just to make sure that the alert goes off early. We'll just call the minimums 500 for round figures for us. Captured right on 280, so I'm going to neutralize the bug there. We need to be descending at 1,700 feet a minute. We're overshooting that, so I'm going to add a little bit of throttle back in. And then let's look at the speed restrictions on this star. There are none until we get below 10. Obviously, we would reduce to 250, and then at Ridma we'll reduce to 230. Looks like approach is on 18.2. I'm just going to get that dialed in ahead of time. And then we got our local frequencies set to go over there. Alright, we're descending to flight level 130, so we're not setting local altimeters yet. QNH when we do. Doing
15, 14, please change runway into Adelaide. Let me know when you're ready. Copy, you start.
Oh, we're going to switch this up on us. Okay, Q-Link 1514, we're ready to copy.
15, 14, you cleared Drina 1 Alpha arrival, runway 23, flight level 130.
Okay, Drina 1 Alpha, 23 is the runway, and flight level 130. And then how do you want us to join the Drina 1 Alpha?
Going 15, 14, from present position, cleared direct to Comley to rejoin the star.
Okay, present position to Comley for Q-Link 1514.
And Melbourne to negative corners for 45 is back.
That's 444.
Melbourne Center, Jetstar 528, climbing flight level 240.
Jetstar 528, that's g'day, climb flight level 350.
Alright, so let's go back into heading mode. Let's get some ice protection on.
That's 444, contact center 133.15.
Let's get down here, let's go.
133.15, expect start on the 444.
The menu, arrivals, it's going to be a new plan now, 3. Shoot. YPAD, enter, accept. Let's go menu, arrive. Runway is going to be 3. Star is going to be Green of 1 Alpha. That's 9.
Satellite dispatch and echo down track.
ILS Zulu 23, so that's 3. Enter. From VRATS.
Killing 1514, confirm direct to Comley to rejoin the stuff.
Yeah, I'm still working on that. We're almost done.
No worries, well, you can turn right heading 360.
Okay, 360 for the vector. Killing 1514.
Yeah, so 36001, sorting it out, and then when you can, direct Comley.
Okay, 010, and then direct Comley when able. Yeah, killing 1514.
Velocity 682, can you give me 5 minutes out?
I'll see 682, let me know when you're back.
Roger, thank you.
Mahalo 1, no further ATC available, control and identification service terminate, frequency change approved. G'day.
Velocity 211 is requesting to step out of the cockpit for about 5 to 7 minutes.
Roger, let me know when you're back. It's 2323, contact center 133.15.
That's 133.15 for JustFlight from 320.
Center, hello again. Number 317 is checking back with
It's not taking it.
150, climbing flight 244.
Bearing 317 center, g'day, climb flight level 390.
Alright, menu, release flight plan again. One will be YPAD, enter, accept. Let's go menu, arrival, 23.
American 360, would like to step out for 575.
Bearing 317, let me know when you're back.
With
Approach is going to be if you're at. Put it into the flight plan. Let's go nav mode, and where are we going to direct to? To Comley. No, I'm not trying to go to a point called 3.
Radar quantum 625, 15,000 kilometers,
625 center, g'day, climb flight level 370.
Climb to flight level 370, quantum 65,000.
Yeah, 1514, descend by star 9000, QNH 1021.
Alright, down to 90,1021, and I'm not able to get the boxes glitching out on me. Are you able to vector us in?
Roger, you select vectors to the ILS.
Okay, vectors to the ILS. Sorry about that. Thank you. Alright, so we'll switch it over
2632, reporting them. Much appreciated.
We're coming up on 10,000. Let's go ahead and do some light stuff. Let's get the landing lights on, turn off lights on. Let's come up here. Let's restart the APU. Come up top. AC and PTU. And let's get ready for the ILS to 2-3. 1097 and 222.
7. Doing 1514, contact, approach 118.2, g'day.
18-2, Keeling 1514. .109.7 and 222. Approach Keeling 1514 is 113 going down to 900,000.
Keeling 1543, Adelaide approach. G'day, I was advised you require vectors.
Yeah, it switches back and forth and my box glitched out, so I can do the ILS, I just need vectors to final.
Not a problem, you can expect vectors. Descend 6,000, turn left heading 350.
Okay, down to 6,000 and 350, Keeling 1514. Alright, and 1022. So let's get that set. 3019 here. Put that set over here. At about 230, I think that seems reasonable. So if we are, yeah, we're just in sync. We can go ahead and turn off all the ice protection, I'm pretty sure. APU power is available, so let's do APU air on. Engine air off.
Keeling 1514, turn for the left heading 330.
Alright, 330 now, Keeling 1514.
We just confirm left 330.
Yes, sir. A left turn heading 330, Keeling 1514. All right, friends. Whew. I'll tell you what, the JustFlight box is typically pretty good. But it just doesn't seem to understand that I've had to re-enter the route from scratch on the fly, and it's not letting me select which point I want to be direct to. So at this point, they're just vectoring me to the approach. So let's just get the approach sorted out. So 109.7 and 222 is the approach course. If we go missed, it's 116.4 and 222 to 3,000. So we'll get that set.
Update approach Dingo 42.
16.4 and 222.
On the ground, Edinburgh, located TE.
To 3,000 will be our missed approach altitude.
42 LA approach today, squawk 3752, no reported traffic Edinburgh.
So straight to 3,000 if we go missed. It's going to be now a right turn if we make it down successfully, and we're going to want to add the short and taxi in as short as we can. I don't know if I have a specific gate in mind. Let's just get the gate chart. Pinned and ready here. And we're done with the Drina. Minimums 270, which is 250 above ground level. I'm just going to set it to 350 just to have a little bit of a buffer there. We'll just call it 300 as our minimums, but it's a nice bright. It's going to be a bright, sunshiny day. So I think we'll be fine. 300 we call it minimums. Somewhere over there, probably. Alright, we can do a little bit. We can do a little better on the descent. We're going down to 6, I think. Okay, approach frequency and course set. Missed approach frequency and course set. Missed approach altitude will be 3,000. Minimum set. We will go ahead and do the V speeds here in just a moment. What's the updated? to 110.
Approach Dingo 42.
9 to 21, so 1021 is now the...
Dingo 42 identify, will you be tracking via the chart, or would you like direct to your route?
We were planning to depart via Edinburgh 5 departures, so essentially vectors to our first waypoint would be great.
Alright.
Dingo 42, turn left heading 03, correction 322, clear direct whiskey.
We'll add some speed back in, add some throttle back in to keep the speed rather.
322, clear direct, resume our navigation, direct by
yeah, somewhere right in this valley, but I don't, maybe here. Not sure exactly where, but...
Keeling 1514, descend 3,800, turn left heading 300. You're cleared the ILS approach, runway 23, report established.
Okay, 3,800, say again, heading for us?
300.
Okay, 300 down to 3,800, and we're clear for the ILS approach to runway 23. We'll report established. Keeling 1514.
And approach Dingo 42, could we get further climb as possible?
Just better give it to you, Dingo 42, climb flight level 160.
Climb flight level 160, Dingo 42, thanks.
Alright guys, so you can start putting in the predictions into the chat as far as the vertical descent rate at the moment the wheels touch runway surface. No bot command necessary for that, just a number into the chat, positive or negative. We'll know that you mean a descent rate either way. And closest prediction gets an automatic entry into our monthly landing rate raffle. We're going to next pull that toward the end of April. I don't quite see the runway yet, but I know it's going to be somewhere off to our left.
Keeling 1514, you are 5 miles from the localizer.
Keeling 1514, Robert.
Autopilot disconnected.
Yeah, I'm going to hand fly from here, guys. We're going to go ahead and set our flaps 30 arrival. Bugs. And we're going to arm the
localizer armed.
Localizer and glide slope.
Glide slope armed.
On the flight director.
Localizer captured.
Okay. Glide slope's coming in as well, so...
Glide slope captured. Established on the ILS.
And approach Keeling 1514, we're established.
Keeling 1514, contact tower 120.5, good day.
20.5, Keeling 1514, thanks. Oh, got the runway in sight too. Adelaide Tower, Keeling 1514 is 12 out for 23.
Flight 1514, Adelaide Tower, good day, runway 23, good way.
Little land 23, and Keeling 1514. Alright, let's get those predictions into the chat, friends. No bot command necessary for that on this channel. Just a number into the chat, positive or negative. We'll know that you mean a descent rate either way. And the closest prediction gets an automatic entry into our monthly landing rate raffle. Be pulled toward the end of April. So we had a lot of speed to lose. And we're a little bit high as well. So I'm going to go ahead and use a little bit of the speed brake here. We're 8 miles out.
$2,500.
Speed checked below 205. Select flaps 18.
Okay, flaps and gear coming out. Still a little high. Speed brake stowed. Two more notches of flaps to get in. Let's go ahead and shut off.
Speed checked below 180. Select flaps 24.
Alright, speed's starting to drop in nicely. Still high. Glide's coming back up. We got one more notch of flaps to go. Melvin Leroy is here.
Short 1,000. Stay focused. 181.
Okay. Landing flaps coming at you. Alright, speed's a little fast, glide's a little bit high, but we're looking very correctable still on both of those things. Gears down and green. Landing flaps set and checked. Straight out to 3,000 if we go missed. And get that set. And a right-hand turn off if we make it down successfully.
500. Plus 100. Minimum.
Pull. Glide slope.
Oh, we're okay.
50. 40. 30. 20. 10.
Ground idle. Brake pressure seen.
Very happy with it. I tend to kind of let the speed off and then let this thing just drop onto the pavement. Once the speed let off, I put it down a lot more gracefully. I let it register kind of high. Registered kind of high and then we went long. But it's okay. I felt mostly good about it. Alright, let me get the
Thanks for 1014. Contact ground 121.7. G'day.
go to ground 21.7. Kilo 1514, thanks. Headlight ground Keylink 1514's off of 23 on Foxtrot 5. Go on to whatever gate you want us to.
1514 Adelaide Grand, g'day, welcome, taxi via Foxtrot, cross runway 12 to the Bay, g'day.
Alright, via Foxtrot, cross runway 12 to the Bay. Keylink 1514, thanks. Alright, well, we'll figure out where that is. Terminal 1. We'll just go anywhere in Terminal 1. Who cares? Go ahead and get flaps stowed, spoiler stowed. Strobe lights off, landing lights off, taxi light on. Weather radar off. Flight directors off. Continuous ignition off. TA and RA off. Whoops, didn't have it on. Well, it's definitely off now. I think I got everything on the taxi in here. Speed brake and flaps, flight directors, landing lights, taxi lights, strobe lights. Turn off lights, I didn't get those. There we go. Continuous ignition, weather radar, and transponder. Okay, got it. So, my notes said kind of the north end of Terminal 1. So we'll just go up to the very north end of Terminal 1, that's fine. Oh no, it also said Gate 50 across from Gate 25. Okay, so that's the south end of Terminal 1, really. Alright, well, we were cleared to cross this. Probably good if we look both ways before crossing the street anyway. Keywords before, but you didn't see nothing. Alright, well, we'll go to the Gate 50 area, since I think that was the other thing that it said normally QantasLink does. Okay, so that'll be the next left here, and then we'll kind of go around the back of the terminal. Yeah, over on the other side there. Okay. This looks like where you play pickup basketball or something. Doesn't this look like a pickup basketball court here? I guess these are active stands. I'm not sure. Aussie rules football? Oh, you mean rugby.
I'm going to need some pliers and a set of 30-weight ball bearings.
What the hell you need ball bearings for?
It's all ball bearings nowadays.
Taxiing right through like this the static museum display here. I don't know. I tried to do a little bit of research as to like where would QantasLink actually park at Adelaide, and I got some conflicting answers. And this was all from whatever, I don't want to say ChatGPT. It was, I guess it was Gemini, whatever's built into Google searches. I guess this will be good enough. This will be good enough. We'll just pull it up to the building and pop the brake. Call it a day. Okay, parking brake is on. Let's get the master warning system knob pulled. Let's get the oxygen systems off. Let's jump up top. Let's get the engine gens off, 1 and 4. Pack number 2.
Cabin crew, doors to manual and cross check.
Make sure they all go in the cutoff. Okay, they did. Fasten seatbelt signs can come off. The fuel pumps 1, 3, and 4. Screen and probe heats. Ice detection. And beacon lights. Let's jump over here to the trucks. Let's do a 10-minute deboarding via stairs. Up here we can get the PTU pumps and the hydraulic pumps off. Come down here, we can set squawk to 2000. Yeah, brakes are hot. I had to keep full pressure on those brakes all the way, and we still use the entire runway. I don't know if it's like 5-degree downslope or what, but. And I had predicted we would be down at 11:53. We were about 15 minutes late getting off. That should have put us about 8 after, and then we're about another 9 minutes late from that. Should have ended with 6,432 pounds Let's see. I bet you we're about 1,000 short. I bet you we're about 5,300 pounds. 5,700 pounds. All right, so I was close. Still, respectable night of flying, and timing and fuel predictions worked out as best as could be expected under the circumstances. So I'm not crying about that at all. Let's look at your predictions. We didn't have too many of them, but it is going to be Melvin Leroy who takes home the entry into our April landing rate raffle, which we'll pull toward the end of the month. Like I said, it registered kind of high, and it registered with a little bit of a skim and skip. But I felt overall like, like we were okay. Once we got all that, for all that, back and forth we had to get it set up. Overall execution was not too bad once we got it dialed in. So 227 registered a little higher than I thought it should. I see. You know what? It was a 14 knot tailwind. That definitely contributed to us rolling as long as we did. So there you go. That gave us 14 extra knots of ground speed, and that gave us reduced effectiveness in terms of the braking, aerodynamic braking, speed brakes, and such. So there you go. That's why we rolled it so long and cooked our brakes like we did. That makes more sense. Makes me feel a little bit better. But overall, I felt like our execution on that approach was fine. Once we got vectored onto the final, I think the approach worked out just fine. A little bit chasey of the speed and glide slope, but not terrible. A little, within tolerances for sure, at least for sim purposes. Procedural execution wasn't too bad. We just ran into a couple little glitches with our flight management computer. I should have tried turning it off and back on again. That worked in between flights. It might have worked right there on the fly there too. Well, we'll know for next time to give that a try and see if it helps. All right. Anyway, I am going to go ahead and shut down. We've kind of wrapped up a night of flying the Friday Night Ops Downunder, the FNO Downunder, an annual event that VAT USA partners with VATPAC to put on for us, and truly appreciate it. We always get great service. It's fun to go somewhere new with international airports that you haven't been to before, or at least not very often, and of course a great set of air traffic controllers, and we love the accents. We just love the differences in the procedures and kind of keep us on our toes. They have a slightly different way of saying things, and gives you that extra bit of challenge to hear and understand what's being asked of you. And we ran into a few little issues with that along the way, but not too bad. We made it. We didn't. As a 757 spy would say, nobody got hurt, nobody got arrested. So there you go. All right, let's go ahead and get the DME radio off, nav1 radio off, nav2 radio off. Let's come down here and switch off our consarnet units who still couldn't figure out. Now it figured out we wanted to go to Adelaide. You dippy. Okay. Let's just shut it off at this point. And same with you over there. Comm radio's off. ADF radio's off. Let us jump down here. Yaw damper can come off. We've already got the transponder down. Brakes are still in the process of cooling. I'm just going to turn the monitors off. Obviously, they'll cool just fine since they're sitting here not being used. We can jump up top. We still got brake fans on for the moment, but we are going to go ahead and turn them off now. The yaw damper can be turned off. Yaw damper masters, all 5 of the avionics masters here. Lift spoiler systems, anti-skid can be turned off as well. So basically everything in that upper left quadrant down. And then what do we got over here? Logo lights, no smoking lights, cabin emergency lights. That should be about that there. We'll jump down to the bottom half of the panel. And let's go galley switch. The remaining pack. Let's get the APU air off. Left inner fuel pump can come off. Oh, I don't think I got the APU itself off. That's good to do before you cut its fuel supply. The center tank transfer can go to shut. Actually, could have just left that off all night. We didn't have any fuel in the center tank all night. Flight deck emergency. APU gen switch can come off. Flight deck emergency lights off. We can go. Oh no, we don't do that. Bus ties and standby inverter and standby generator off. And then at that point we can go ahead and shut the nav lights off and the battery switches. And then that should do it. That should do it, friends. Let's come over here and well, we'll just let that play out. I'll let that play out, and I'll handle the finishing touches once we close up the live stream. But anyway, there we are. Adelaide, Australia, Southern Australia, Southeastern Australia, I suppose. Not sure how you classify it, but there you go. And we had, like I said, a fantastic night with the Australian Air Traffic Control practitioners here from the VATPAC division of VATSIM, and truly appreciate every year when they team up with VAT-USA to give us a bunch of staffing on a what is for us a Friday night, what is for them a Saturday morning and now early afternoon. So thank you to everybody that we talked to. All right, our next one is actually our normal show schedule is Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time. We're going to be off of that schedule next week. We're going to be off on Monday. I got a work obligation Monday night. We're going to be off on Wednesday. I'm going to shift the stream to Tuesday night next week. Tuesday night, we're actually partnering up with the Pilot Club. They've got a birthday celebration, and we are teaming up with them. They're doing a GA Tuesday. They are going from Richmond to Ocean City, Maryland, and College Park, Maryland. So Ocean City, Maryland, College Park, Maryland, two locations that I have very, very strong ties to. So when they reached out and asked me to jump in and offer my air traffic control services for that, I was more than willing to do that. So that's going to be our plan on Tuesday. I'm not sure what position I'm going to end up on exactly, but we'll be controlling somewhere within that stretch between Richmond and then Ocean City and then College Park, Maryland for that event. And we wish the nice friends that we have over there at the Pilot Club a very, very happy birthday or anniversary celebration, however they want to refer to it as. But Tuesday the 7th will be on the air traffic control scopes, doing a little VATSIM air traffic control, and so that will be our next stream coming up, 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time, 2300 Zulu time. Then Friday, week from tonight, we're back into the U.S. for a Friday night ops. It's called the Great American FNO, hosted by the Chicago ARTCC. Now we are going to be doing a testament to the Great American product called beer. We're going to start in the Fly Simulator Lear 35. We're going to start in Boulder, Colorado. We're going to stop off in St. Louis, Missouri. And then we're going to finish the night visiting the town that creates Milwaukee's best, Milwaukee. So there you go. Boulder, Colorado, St. Louis, Missouri, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, the beer-themed stream, which is ironic because I don't drink beer at all. I drink just about anything else in that red cup. Sometimes I don't tell you what's in the red cup, but it's usually something fun, but often, well, I won't say often not beer. It's never beer. But we'll be doing our stream testament to beer associated locations week from tonight. So that'll be next week's schedule again. Normally Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time. Next week, Tuesday and Friday, 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time. Tuesday, VATSIM Air Traffic Control. Friday, the Fly Somewhere Lear 35. Let's see who's still doing some flying. Take a peek. Now that was wrapping up. That one says he'll be right back. I'm not sure I believe him. He might be wrapping up as well. Well, you know what I'll do? You know, typically on a Friday night, after an FNO, we will send the raid over to Sim Caesar's channel. And normally, he's doing a Japanese train sim, and it's one of the most relaxing, chill activities to do right after a very, very busy Friday Night Ops event. I guess in honor of the Artemis mission, he's doing something a little bit different tonight. He's playing a retro game called Buzz Aldrin's Race into Space. I'm not even sure what console it was for, but he's playing that. So I guess you guys can head over there and check him out. He's a lot of. It doesn't, since he's just one of those streamers, like, it doesn't even matter what he's doing. He's going to be fun. He's going to be entertaining no matter what. So we'll send you over to him. Tell him Slant Alpha sends his love as always on a Friday evening, and I hope that you enjoy. And then we'll have you guys back into the radar room somewhere on Tuesday. Again, not exactly sure yet. Stay close to the social media. I'll try and let you know where I'm going to end up in terms of air traffic control positions, but one way or the other we'll be on, and we'll see you then, guys. So have a great weekend. Have a fantastic, enjoy the basketball action. We got the Final Four, the 2 semifinals tomorrow, and then the final game on Monday night, so enjoy that. Of course, many of you have a stake in that in our Slant Alpha Adventures Bracket Challenge, so best of luck to all of you. And so we'll see you Tuesday, friends. Tell Sim Caesar that Slant says hello, and we'll talk to you again soon. Good night. Take care.